think we are live. See myself on Twitch. Awesome. See my recording going. Awesome. All right, I'm gonna refresh my coffee here real quick, and then we'll be back in just a quick second here and do a real proper introduction. How about that? All right, welcome. Retro MMO, nobody leave. Hey, thanks. Thanks, Retro. Appreciate that. All right. I'm here, everybody. Just grabbed a little water and coffee. So welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to JavaScript game development from scratch. I'm your host, Jared Oliver, aka Duranosaur, as you see my name. My Twitch username. All right, so Retro, before we dive in, I had a couple of questions for Retro, or a little question for Retro. Retro, I saw you guys were talking about. I tuned in just for a little bit last night when I had a sec, and I saw you were talking about gold, like you were saying gold and showing like the G icon. I was curious, are you planning on like having a gold coin icon to like have that next to the number of your gold, just like use that everywhere rather than saying like G or something? Anyway, I'm just throwing that question out there. All right, so we'll get started. So yesterday we were working on our screen resizing. Well, we started working on Retro. I was talking about gold 1 2 3 verse 1 2 3 4 G. Right. But I'm asking, like, are you, instead of either gold versus G, are you going to have like an icon at some point? And then you wouldn't need gold or G. You would just have like a little gold coin bitmap or something, you know, to kind of show that that's gold. All right. So anyway, Retro hadn't thought of that. Gotcha. Okay. I didn't know if maybe that was like your long-term plan or something once you had art for it or something. So yesterday we started working on our on-demand bubble generation. Because what I'm want to have the gameplay, I want the gameplay to be sort of how many bubbles can you pop in a certain amount of time, right? Like just off the top of my head, 30 seconds sounds like a nice number to have, right? So we have this, how many bubbles can you pop in X seconds, 30 seconds, whatever. So we started, because right now the way the game works is it just generates a certain number of bubbles. Like you just plug in a number here in our little file here. I just have 40 plugged in. So the game will generate 40 bubbles, and then it will end once you pop 40 bubbles. But we don't really want that anymore. We want it to just generate bubbles kind of on demand. So like generate enough to show on screen, and then like as you're popping more, then generate more like as you go, right? Because if it's how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds, somebody who's new to the game, isn't going to pop so many bubbles, but somebody who's more experienced is going to pop way more bubbles, right? So why not just generate the bubbles on demand rather than throwing some blanket number out there like, I could have like a catch-all and just say like, oh, let's just generate 100 bubbles, because nobody's going to pop 100 bubbles in 30 seconds. Actually, I think popping 100 bubbles in 30 seconds is actually not too far off. I don't think I could do it, but if I practiced a lot, I could maybe get to that point. But anyway, I don't want to just throw some blanket catch-all number out there and then just have the time length kind of be, because once this is competitive, people are playing one-on-one, the server is going to be generating the bubbles, right? And I don't want the server, spending more time than it needs to, wasted time. Retro, I'm not super creative with the UI stuff, haha, so suggestions like that are helpful. No real long-term plan. Oh, gotcha. Nice. Yeah, I just was in for like a few minutes, so I didn't know if there was any sort of other discussion around that, or if you were just doing like a temporary thing or whatever. But I mean, just having G is good too. Like if you're just using G everywhere, and that's just clear to everyone, like that G is gold, then that makes sense to have. And then you wouldn't need like an icon or something to say gold, but anyway, what were we working on again? Okay. Well, okay, so I was explaining how we want to have sort of how many bubbles can you pop in X seconds, right? I just use the term 30 as kind of a placeholder right now because 30 seconds seems like a good amount of time to play the game. If you play it like a little longer than that, your eyes kind of like you need a break because it's kind of intense, like just popping these bubbles and focusing on, or not popping them because I'm terrible. Right now, it's just doing 8 bubbles because we're in the middle of our on-demand generation here, but all in all, I want to have pop as many bubbles as you want in an allotted amount of time, some specified amount of time. That's the goal. So to do that, we need to generate bubbles on demand, right? So as the player plays, okay, we need to generate some more bubbles and then get those ready because the player's probably going to get to those bubbles. So as I was doing that yesterday, I started kind of looking at the code and I realized I should probably do one of the other tasks first, which is the screen resizing. I want to do like real-time screen resizing because there's probably some logic that would actually kind of tie in nicely together with the on-demand bubble generation. So yesterday we started doing the screen resizing and currently it works. You saw this kind of wig out. It currently works great for the play area and the bubbles. So as we are resizing our screen, those are scaling up. And everything is based on the height of the screen. I'm not doing like if it's wider, do the width or anything like that. Everything's just based on the height, right? So as you scale the height of your window up, it goes up, versus scaling it width, it doesn't change the size. And I think that's fine. Because my thought process behind that was like, you're going to have a little more of a wide UI kind of thing. Like that's always going to be a little wider. Like this is always going to be central. The bubbles you're supposed to pop are always going to be on this side, and like maybe our timer and everything's going to be on this side. So, whoops. Oh man. Hey, that's a Chrome issue for sure right there. What happened there? That wasn't me. That was Chrome. Although most of the time it is me. Most of the time I'm the one screwing stuff up. So, and I was kind of ranting a little bit yesterday about just how laggy it is when you resize the window, but that's a browser thing. You know, like for some reason, browsers are just, Chrome's just not prioritizing window resize as being like a good thing. I was talking about like you can see the black bar here on the side of the window, like when I stretch it out, you know, like. And yeah, there's, I'm sure, a bunch of technical limitations that I am grossly oversimplifying to, you know, but it just seems to me like the window should refresh nice and quick. Should be refreshing smoothly, right? Because in-game stuff is smooth, right? Where I'm on a 120 hertz monitor and I see nice, just smooth 120 frames per second. Obviously, you on stream are seeing 60, but it should still look nice and smooth. So anyway, where we left off with the code yesterday was I was going through a lot of stuff to get this thing to scale. And there might be some other stuff we can refactor about how we set up the sizes and everything for this, because I got some new ideas. But I'm not going to worry about cleaning all that up later. Or I'm not going to worry about cleaning all that up now. I'll push that off till some other point in time. But all right. But what we're doing now is like when we scale this right now, it kind of wigs out. So we're getting there to getting this to scale as well. So this thing was kind of a special case because the way this works, like there's bubbles that, oh, now everything's screwed up because it's the Windows scaled. But when you do it nicely here, there's nice like animations and stuff going on, right? So the way that I have that kind of working is there's like an array of properties that represent bubbles in each of these positions, right? So like I can't move my mouse. Well, if I Alt Tab, I can. Oops. Yeah, there we go. So there's basically an array that I am calling nav bubble props. You can see that over here in the code, nav bubble props. So that's basically an array that keeps track of, it's an array of objects, and those objects are basically just a Y value of the bubble of the position here. The Y value, the radius, the size of the little circle, right? And the alpha value. So it's just an array that has now I screwed it up. I'm trying to explain this clearly here. Whoops, I didn't want to do that. But basically, it's just an array that holds all these positions and sizes, right? Because you notice these sizes are different. They're getting smaller. So it's like a read-only kind of fixed little thing. And then there's also an array that is an array of all the bubbles in the game that represents these bubbles, right? Because these are just kind of copying the colors and everything here. And then basically that set of properties is kind of just sliding along depending on when you pop a bubble. Then that way these bubbles can animate into the next position they need to go, right? So it's just like when you pop a bubble, that thing is determining, okay, then these bubbles here, purple needs to slide up and become small to represent that it's been popped, right? So there's just like these two arrays. One of them has the properties, one of them has the bubble data themselves, and then it's just kind of sliding along as the player's popping bubbles or messing up. It's going back. I don't know if that makes sense, but nonetheless, yeah, that's kind of a nice little thing to just keep track of all of that, rather than like trying to move. The way I was doing it before was nasty, and we ended up tightening everything up really nice like this. So what I ended up doing yesterday was adding in a radius size in units, because right now when I said that this is a thing that has radius, it has the radius of the bubbles here, it has the Y value of the bubbles, those are in pixels. But what I did is actually convert those back to unit space. So what that really means is like they're converted to my imaginary like unit space that's originated here at the center of our play boundary here, right? So this is position 0, 0. The radius of the play area is always 1,000 units, right? So then these are the X value here of these is actually 1350 units. I got that number right there, right? So those unit numbers always stay the same. Well, actually, no, that's not quite true. The X value always stays the same in units. Like, so if I scale the window like this, that's actually maybe not a good. If we scale like this, those unit values are still the same, right? Our radius of our play area is still 1,000 units, but it's just a different pixel value now, right? So there's like a little multiplier number that we added that we can then take our unit values, multiply it by that number to get the pixel value. Pixels per units, we called that. And we've got that now kind of in a nice like formal place in our canvas wrapper that kind of gets calculated. This gets calculated every time the screen resizes. So then that value gets updated, and then everything else can kind of refer to that to figure out what the new pixels per unit value is supposed to be. But what I had to do yesterday, towards the end of the stream, I guess, was I was doing everything in pixel value for these. Like I kind of discarded the units, the unit values. So I had to kind of reverse engineer kind of what I did to go back and get the unit values for all of these. So we did that, and then we left off with this little update function. So this is the update size and position method that will fire on the screen resize. This is the event listener for the on-screen resize for our nav meter object, right? So the nav meter is the object that kind of represents all of this. So we left off in a pretty good place because I ended up doing a little thinking off stream last night and figured out the problem that I was kind of had at the time. So I'm just going to, so where we left off with now is a loop that loops over. So this is our update size and pose function here, right? Method. So what it does is it firstly, so this runs when the screen gets resized. And what it does is it loops over our nav bubble props array. So that's the array that just has the positions and sizes of these, right? And what we end up doing is calculating a new pixel radius and new Y value, right? Because our unit value for these sizes doesn't change, but we have a new pixels per unit value. So we're just taking our unit values, multiplying it by the pixels per unit, and then we're doing that for all of our props, for all of our nav bubble props. Then we need to loop over all the nav bubbles, And that's the bubbles themselves, right? There's an array of all the bubbles that match 1-to-1 with these bubbles, right? So it's just like a copy. It's not exactly a copy, but these are just circle objects. No, I don't have that here. I'm not going to show it. But these are just circle objects, and then the bubbles here themselves are like special objects that are called bubbles, right? That are also circles and everything at some point in time. But these ones basically just mirror these, right? And just match the colors. And there's just one nav bubble generated for every bubble, right? Like we're only seeing the first 3 we have to pop, but as we go, we're seeing more of them. So what we need to do is apply so we scaled our properties, right? The properties that store the radius of this, the radius of this, the radius of this, the y position of this, the y, all of that. So we've updated those now when the screen resizes. So when we move the screen, those updated. And right now, just in the current state it just slid up because we're not fully there yet. Don't worry about those browser errors. Nothing to see here. So if anything, our little we can see that we're kind of halfway there. Like our space between there is updating, right? So those are getting like tighter, but the radii and everything are not updating properly yet. So basically, we loop over the nav bubble props. That's the array of just those properties that represent these sizes and everything. And when you pop a bubble, here, it also encompasses that little bubble up there, the little popped version. Now there's 2 of them, right? So we've updated those properties, and then now we're looping over each nav bubble and applying those properties to each bubble, the new sizes, right? After we've scaled our window. So currently, I only am applying the y. So what we do is we update the new x position, which is working. Right? Whoops, yes. So the x value is updating properly, right? Because these are getting closer. If we didn't update this, we could see that these would just, see that? So the x value is not changing relative to the play area. Now those are just staying at the same x value no matter how big or small the window is, right? So this part is working great. The y positioning is like messed up a little bit. But all I need to do here now is update the radius. Because this little loop, basically this little stuff in here is getting the property and then matching the property to the current bubble, right? So that way we know that the actual bubble 0 here is supposed to be getting the, it's supposed to be big like this, right? Versus this one being a little smaller, this one being a little smaller. So I just added the R value. Okay, and that didn't seem to be working there. Yeah, okay, that's not working either. Okay. So do we need, there might be some little caveats that I'm not considering here. So if we look at our nav bubble, we have, nope, never mind. Nope. I wonder if we're having animations screwing everything up again. But that, check that, let's just do a little print to the console here, just to test some values. So if I equals 0, we're going to console.log b dot, no, just we'll do prop.r. All right, so what I'm just doing is printing. So this will only run once I resize the screen. I'm just going to print the radius, what the radius should be of this. And we should see this number go up, like as I expand the window. Yes, okay, so we see that going up, which is correct. So we started at 31 when we first resized the window, and then it, you know, for every resize event that fired, we got all the way up to 64. So this thing should be up to 64 pixels wide in radius now, which it clearly isn't. It didn't change in size at all. You know, so as we go back down, we're seeing it go back down to 30, you know, and then even smaller. But clearly, the bubble itself is not changing that size. So I'm thinking that we've got animations in the nav bubble object that are still like running and forcing the bubble down to that certain size. So what I'm going to do, well, then all we really need to do is look at our size animation here. And what I want to do, so this is the animation that changes the size of that nav bubble, right? So when you play, we've got the orange here, right? And then when I pop it, it shrinks, right? It goes down to that smaller size. So that's an animation that kicks off and moves it. So I want to see if this animation is still running. Still running. How about that? So let's still running. Okay, that's good. So if no. All right, so that's not the problem. That's not the problem. That's good. So we stream yesterday. I did a little fix to get around. I updated. There was an issue in the animation that, well, not an issue with the animation, but we had a problem where animations would still keep running even when they finished. So, and it's not actually an issue with the animation. It's an issue with my timer class, which the animation uses. So basically what the animation does is for every frame, it runs this little loop. So it takes in the last frame time to kind of and it increments. If it's not paused, so there's just a little Boolean check here. If it's paused, then it won't run, right? So if it's not paused, it increments its little internal duration timer, right? And then it's doing a check. Am I past my max duration? CFC Fahim is now following. Hey, CFC Fahim, thanks for following. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. So our timer has a max dir property. So whenever you use a timer, and by extension an animation, you pass in a max dir to say, I want the animation to be 3 seconds. I want the animation to be 300 milliseconds, right? So you pass in your specific time. CFC Fahim, what are you working on? I'm working on a little game that I'm building. I'll give you a little demo quick. Right now, currently, what I'm trying to do is add in some resizing support for the window. So obviously, you can see certain things are resizing properly and certain things aren't. So kind of right in the middle of that. But as long as I don't resize the screen, the game should play just fine right now. So I'll give you a little demo. So basically it's a game where you try to pop these bubbles, and this is just a bad example because the colors aren't very good right now. Here's a little bit better example. So you're trying to pop these bubbles here. They're circles. I just call them bubbles. And you're trying to pop them in this order, right? So like this tan one first, then this yellow one, and then this ugly green, poop green. So what you do is you move the mouse over the bubble and then you hit the space bar, or you can click the left click. So I like to play with the space bar. I just have the option. So it's kind of a fast-paced game. You're kind of wanting to see how fast you can do this. And right now I just have it set to 8 bubbles, but the idea is you play for like 30 seconds and just keep popping. So, and then it gives you some stats at the end, and my main goal for this game is to be a competitive one-on-one thing, right? So you'd go head-to-head against someone else, and you'd see like how many bubbles you pop versus the other player, right? Kind of just a little race to see who can pop more bubbles. So it's kind of simple, kind of dumb. I don't know. You might think it's awful. That's fine. But yeah, that's the synopsis. It's kind of like Osu, if you're familiar with that game. I've had some other people kind of bring that up, like saying, oh yeah, kind of like Osu, OSU or Osu. I don't know how to say it. Well, that's quite impressive, to be honest. Oh, thanks. I appreciate that. Thank you. Well, I'm trying to do kind of a simple game just from like gameplay, and there's just not a lot of things going on. So that kind of allows me a lot of time to really hone in on like the kind of smaller details, I think. So hopefully for just such a kind of simple premise of a game, it can at least feel good and like be just really solid in that sense. Like it's, so, and one of the things I'm working on right now is just kind of a quality of life thing, just having the screen resize when you change it, right? Because I think the size of the screen is somewhat important when you actually play the game. So I haven't really done too much testing, like playing with a huge screen size. Because obviously now, like, it's a fast game, right? But I have to move my mouse cursor way more. But also the bubbles are a lot bigger, so like I have to be less accurate. So there's kind of a little balance there between screen sizes and everything. So yeah, we're getting there. I'm trying to have a public release relatively soon. By soon, maybe a couple weeks. Because I currently just stream on Mondays and Tuesdays. And that's basically the only time I work on the game. So I try to do like a full 8-hour day of working on the game. I usually stream for 6.5 to 7 hours. Yesterday was 7 hours, over 7. But yeah, so I'm only, maybe doing 15, 16 hours a week on the game. It'd be nicer to obviously be able to sink a lot more time into it, because we'd be close to having something public, so people can just kind of, people like yourself, Fahim, can just hop in the chat and try the game out yourself. But we're getting there. We're getting there. Retro MMO, we want to play. Well, thanks, Retro. We're getting there, I think. And I think once I do a first release, then I'll start immediately working on the one-on-one kind of more server-side stuff and getting that suitably beefed up compared to what I had it for my old game mode. So actually having some reasonable server code running that oh yeah, I thought of something the other day about this. Now that I'm trying to do how many bubbles can you pop in X time, I feel like latency may be less of an issue between maybe two players playing, because obviously this is a fast-paced game, so you'd want to, like, you know, but at the same time, you're not actually really interacting with the other player at all. You know, it's not a first-person shooter where you're trying to shoot the other player, right? And you want your bullets to, you don't want there to be a ton of latency, because you don't want to shoot the other player, but then turns out his actual position is somewhere else, right? So since there's not really actually any player interaction, they're just racing each other against the same bubbles, popping the same bubbles. I feel like, and especially now with just saying 30 seconds is the limit, I can probably just calculate maybe the latency that a certain player has, because maybe a player's got 200 millisecond ping times, right? So something really bad. But maybe I can kind of offset those times a bit, and it would be less of, it'd be more like, okay, the game is officially over at 30 seconds. And then the server's kind of just checking things to say, okay, well, this guy had 200 milliseconds of latency, so we got to factor that in. The other guy only had, you know, he had a ridiculously nice connection, so he had 10 milliseconds of latency, right? Round trip latency. So I feel like having this, because the way I had it before, it was more of like who pops 5 bubbles first, right? So boo, 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 or whatever, not 5, but who pops 30 bubbles first. So it was just really like this, once you hit 30, then you're done. So there would be a lot more of like a, oh, wait a minute, I thought I popped 30, but then the other guy won, like, because maybe they were head to head almost the whole way, you know. I don't know if any of that makes sense, what I just said. Most of the time it doesn't, but I feel like I will have, if anybody plays this game one-on-one, I feel like the latency stuff, the client side latency, shouldn't be too much of an issue. So anyway, what are we working on? Yes, the screen resizing. So we're trying to figure out why the sizes of these are not scaling properly. Because the relative, I mean, for some reason there's also this weird offset that happens too, where like as soon as I resize the screen, this thing just shoots up. So like, see that? So I have to figure out why that's happening. Oh, and actually I know why that is, because I need to offset it with the play area, right? So if you can tell, this bottom of this little bubble here is like dead center with the radii here, well, not radii, with the center of our play boundary circle here. Because basically what I need to do is offset this with the, in our unit space. So this just needs to have half of its height. So from the top of this bubble to this bubble, half of its height in unit space added. And that way it won't shift, because it like reorients itself at the bottom there. So that's just something I didn't quite look at yet. But okay, so aside from that, the relative Y positions of these are scaling properly. Like you can see now they're just overlapping. So obviously the sizes are the only things we're missing now. Right? So the relative spacing of these is working great. So, but I can't quite figure out why the radii of these is not taking. I just found out why. Because I'm an idiot. Ugh. Just that was a little. I was just being dramatic. I wasn't seriously that mad. I'm actually relieved because I like it when I just did a simple, stupid thing. As long as I don't spend like 2 hours trying to figure out why I did a stupid, simple thing, then I'm happy. But we've been working on this for like 10 minutes. Okay, so R is radius, but radius has nothing to do with the position, right? The Y is the position. So pose Y, but there is no pose.R. That doesn't exist. JavaScript. I blame JavaScript on this one. If Retro heard that, he's like, oh, could you use TypeScript? All your problems have been solved. So that's our problem right there. This needs to be B. This is bubble. My little short name for nav bubble here in this case. We're doing a for each on every nav bubble. So each time I reference B in this little loop, we're talking about that specific nav bubble as we go. We're applying those properties. So we're applying, or we're saying b.size.r, and we're applying the new prop r, and that should be good. Could you use C++? Sm. Yeah. Eventually we'll get there. I actually had a dream about building a ray tracer in C. I've been thinking, I've been wanting to do that eventually, like a very basic, when I say ray tracer, that sounds like impressive, but what I'm talking about is like just some sort of simple little box geometry with like cubes inside that have, and I'm going to say like the different sides of the cubes are different colors, and then just doing like some really basic like camera position and ray tracing and finding colors. But I had a dream about how I was doing it actually. And it was actually like, you know how dreams are normally like nonsensical, but it was like actually making sense. Like I was like thinking in my head, like, all right, we're gonna have to have like a little pixel buffer, and then there's gonna be a buffer here, so we put some stuff, and we're gonna have the little vector 3 going through the world and scanning, and then hitting a wall, and then it's gonna be that color, and then put that in the buffer, blah 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 blah. And I don't really remember what else was in the dream, but it made sense at the time. Maybe it was complete. It was probably complete nonsense. All right, so this should be good. All I need to do is refresh our browser, and we should be golden. Hit play. There we go. All right, so let's start resizing the screen. I'll just drag the height up. Now, our thing is still going to snap up. We didn't fix that yet. But these radii, these sizes, should be starting to shrink as we go up. Beautiful. Look at that. Look at that. So when we do it there, that all looks good. These two things relative to each other. Next thing on the list is this thing, which I actually hate this thing. It looks ugly, terrible, stupid idea. What was I thinking? We need something better. So anyway, that's all working pretty well there. Now, the one thing I'm not doing, I guess now all we need to do is fix that Y offset issue. And I need to know if, actually I need to do that. I need to do that in our, do I need to do that here? Yeah, actually I think I do. All right. Oh no. We do need to do that here. Yeah, we need to do that in our handler, that's handling the resize. We need to offset the units by whatever. All right, I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. So don't go anywhere. Oh. Be right back. Oh, too much space there. There we go. Beautiful. And we're back. Okay. All right. So the reason why, I'll say this again here. The reason why we've got this little like offset thing. So this like snaps up as soon as we resize the screen, because our unit space position starts in the center of the screen, right? So this is 0, 0, x 0, y 0, right? Our orientation point, right? Our origin? Yeah, origin. That's the word. Okay. Our origin point in our unit space is right here. But the origin for our screen in pixels is up here, right? So just converting something between, like converting a position from units to pixels isn't good enough. We need to take the unit position, convert that to pixels, but then add our offset. We need to offset it by this like dead center half the screen kind of thing, right? So since we're just dealing with a y value here, that's a problem. Our x value is awesome, right? So the x value is updating, great. Well, and the y value is updating now, but we need to actually offset that y value to the center of the screen. And I'm taking care of the x value actually right here, right? And that's something I should put in a little variable rather than, yes. So here you can see we're doing the math to set up our x position properly. The x position just gets calculated once for every bubble because they're all fixed along the x, right? Like they don't move relative to each other along the x-axis. All of these bubbles, all of our little nav meter bubbles share the same x value. And then, but it's the y values where each iteration of these is different. So much like we're doing here for the position x, the x position, which this can actually just get moved. Well, I can do a variable. Okay, so this will need to be set here, but this can be a variable now. Expose. And then we just set it here. Because this was getting calculated for every bubble, which was kind of just redundant. You know, this same exact math was happening every time. We don't need to do that. Just saving some CPU cycles there. Okay, actually, I want to get rid of my console log. I don't want that anymore. Yes. Okay. So we need to also update our y position. So I guess we would just do that here. Yeah, we're going to offset. So here's where we're setting up all of those unit positions in the y coordinate. And then we just need to add our offset here, dot half height. There we go. So that should be all we need to prevent those from snapping now. So now if I okay, now that makes it way worse. Because it was supposed to be subtracted, not added. There we go. There we go. There we go. All right, so now nobody saw that. Nobody's paying attention, I hope. That's embarrassing. All right, why? Oh, wait a minute. No, it needs to be, we can't do the the pixel. No. We can't do that. It has to be. I know what we need. We needed the height. We need the height added in there, right? Oh, wait a minute. Okay. All right, this is going to be a little more complicated than I was hoping. So I'm going back to where these initial positions and everything get generated. And so that's what the code we're looking at right here now is. So we have position units and pose, which is pixels. So these two objects that get generated. And, oh, sorry, wait, I'm not even looking at the right thing. That was for the bubbles, not for the nav bubbles. Okay. Wow. A lot of stuff here. All right, so here, unpopped Y units, calculate popped bubble props. All right, so we might actually have two issues. Let me look at, okay, so this is the popped bubble props. I'm going to skip these for right now. I want to do unpopped first, okay? So that represents the properties for these bubbles here. These three that we see, these little nav bubbles. So, is there just a little error that I'm doing? Okay, where do we set that? Oh, okay. I think I need to do this, but this equation here that we're spitting out to generate the first unpopped nav bubble Y units. So in other words, generating the first position for this bubble in units, in unit space, not in pixel space. We do have the pixel space one right here. But we need to do, yeah, this is exactly the problem right here. Is it? Plus the radius. Nav meter height units divided by 2, so half of that plus the radius. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So I think all we need to do is adjust this one calculation. Okay, so nav meter height units, that's the height of this from the top of this bubble to the bottom of this bubble in units. And I'm taking half of that divided by, or taking half of that, right? So half of the height divided, the height in units divided by 2. But then plus the bubble radius units. So it needs to be half of, it just needs to be half. It needs to be negative. That needs to be -2. Because it's -half. Because this is our x or y equals 0 along this line here in unit space, right? So like directly half of this thing, well, wherever the exact halfway point is 0, 0y. So that's our 0y. So this thing is offset by -half of this. So we divide by -2 to get our half, our -half. Yes, because this, okay. So as long as we're originating that, now let's just get rid of it. That's not what I wanted to do. Get rid of this. Let's see what happens here. All right, so now, okay, that really screwed it up there. Not only that, but that screwed up the white space thing there too. Oh, wait a minute. Ah, did it again. No, we need to convert it to pixels. I did the wrong thing here. Yes, okay. Actually, I might have just figured it out there. Okay, no, I didn't at all. Well, now if we offset that by the height, canvas wrapper dot half height, does that square us away there? Yes, okay. So that's what I needed. Cool. Nice. All right. Oh, and let's make sure the animations are... Okay, that's breaking. So there's something wrong with the animations too. Or the positions of those. Because like that, you see the little positions of the popped bubbles, right? So the representations of the pop bubbles are up there, but as soon as we resize, now those are messed up. They like just disappeared. So we need... Let's just... Let's do this. Let's CLG nav bubble props. Oh, it's got to be this dot. This dot nav bubble props. All right, so let's see what we got right out of the gate here. So I want to look at, yeah, okay, that's, well, now wait a minute. 3, -6, -8, -10. Actually, those are correct. Those look correct. I think the problem is okay, so we're looking at the bubble props array right here. So basically this is the radii for the 4 bubbles, there's 4 bubbles that could be up here in their popped positions, the popped states when you pop the bubbles. So that's what these first 4 things are, right? So these all have the same radius, right? Because as you're popping the bubbles, you see those 4 little ones. Well, there's as many as however many bubbles we have in a checkpoint. So currently we have 4. So that's why there's 4. And then these 3 here, so array elements 4, 5, and 6 represent these visible ones, right? So we start to see the radii decaying there. 42 pixel radius there, 29, and 20. And so that's the radius, that's what R is, and then Y is the Y position. And then A is the alpha value, right? So these 3 have an alpha value of 1 because they're completely visible. And then these 2 up here, I drop the alpha value down just so they're not so, they look like, because it's kind of like, well, you pop these ones, you don't really need to think about them, but they're there. So that's why they kind of fade out in color. And then here, the very bottom element represents the bubbles kind of sliding in from nothingness as you pop bubbles, right? So there's just one position that kind of gets assigned to all the rest of the bubbles that you haven't popped yet. So they're all like right here and invisible. They have an alpha value of 0. They have a radius. So their radii, the radius of that bubble matches this little like slowly getting smaller thing. And then, you know, the Y position's offset, whatever, as well. So then here on the end, we have what we, popped units are. That's the problem. Okay, so I made a little variable name thing there because I'm calling this popped units are, but this should be units are, just like these other ones. Units are, units are, units are. So that's the problem. So the radius, so what's happening is the radius of these bubbles and why they, once I resize the screen, because like if I play right now, everything's fine, right? Those little bubbles are going up there. But as soon as I resize the screen, they disappear. And that's because now their radius is getting set to undefined or something. Or the radius value that you're trying to calculate the new radius of after the screen resize is undefined. Because that property doesn't exist on those arrays, in that array, and those objects in our properties array that we were just inspecting there. Another JavaScript thing. Thank you, JavaScript. Well, to be clear, it's a problem with me. But then JavaScript doesn't tell me that there's a problem with me. I have to like find my own problem myself, right? Because I'm always an idiot. That's the consistent thing. I'm gonna screw up, 100 times a day. But it'd be nice if the language could help me find those more, All right, so Retro MMO, yeah, JavaScript is 100% perfect, all your fault, right? Okay, so we need to look at, so we have unpopped bubble props, then we have the popped bubble props. So this is where I'm doing, okay, yeah, here's where we are setting this little object, and we're doing popped units are, but this is supposed to be, this should just be units are. I don't know how I ended up getting to that popped units are. That was just a mistake. I might have even meant to do this and then just screwed it up. Because even when I saw that pop units are, I was like, oh yeah, that was the variable name, not the property name. But I was doing, hey, it really is JavaScript's fault because they added that feature where, that ES6 feature where you can do the property. If you have a variable that's going to be the same name as the property, you just put in an object, you just put the variable, and then that becomes the property name, and you don't have to. They made it so you can do. They made it so you can do this. Whoop, const person. Oops, const person equals name, you know, you'd have like name and age. You know, I'd have name, Jared. No, we need a thing there. Age, 1 million. And then instead of having that, that's not how you spell my name at all, but there's no E on the end. But if you had, why do I try to even explain things? So if we had this, const person equals a new object, and we had name Jared, but what if I had name already up in a variable up here? Like name is already equal to Jared. Then I wouldn't want to do name equal, and it's like, okay, I don't want to, I don't want to do name equals name. That's kind of annoying, right? So you can just do this. And then if I CLG person, it works, right? Name Jared applied, right? Now we have an object that's got a name property and it's set to Jared and it's 1 million years old. Yeah. So that's the feature that screwed me over. So it's all JavaScript's fault. Because it should have just thrown an error and said, whoa, you can't do that. Hope you're all taking notes. This will be on the quiz. Yeah, Jared, 1 million years old. Name, object, property, blah. Variable. All right. So now that I fixed that, that should be good. Maybe, maybe not. All right, so pop those. They look good. We mess up. Let's resize the window a bit. And then, oh, I'm in the, beautiful. Everything still looks good. And I make sure, yes, nice. All right, so that all works. Let's even do, can I do this? Can I do that? Alt-Tab, then Alt-Tab back, and then resize the window. And then when I let go, it'll like screw it up. Oh, no, it doesn't. Nice. All right, we're getting there. We are getting there. So, next thing, I think this thing's done. Our nav meter is done. Now we need to get to this thing. And I'm also starting to think, currently I've got the timer set to 200. So this little blue bar is supposed to be the time you have left. And it's set to 200 seconds. So it's just going really slowly, right? 200 seconds would be like, what, almost 4 minutes or something? 3.5 minutes or so. So, yeah, okay. But now I'm but here's the thing I'm thinking. I hate this thing, like, with a passion. It looks terrible. So, and now it doesn't really, now that we're switching to this new like on-demand kind of game mode, this relative like percentage complete thing isn't a number anymore, because it's just how many bubbles can you pop in, right? Because what this thing is doing is it's telling you, let me get just like a slightly better example here to kind of talk about what we're doing. All right, so let's just do, yeah, 10 bubbles. We'll do that. So this thing is like a percentage bar, right? This is you're the little black dot, and then as you're sliding along the bar here, that's just showing your percentage complete. So you'd be 100% complete once you got here, right? So I have the game set to pop you. Excuse me, I'm getting gassy here. So we popped a couple bubbles, right? We made it up to the next checkpoint. And now we see that we're at this thing, right? So this is kind of showing you like your percentage complete, right? If I pop a bubble, it slides forward. Now if I crash, I go back. It slides back. which is kind of cool. I mean, it looks. I mean, I like the little animation and everything. I don't like the current way that it really looks, but now with the game mode, there is no percentage complete because it's just how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds, right? There's a timer that has would have a percentage complete. Obviously, over time, we have some sort of, you're some sort of percentage complete with the timer, somewhere between 0 and 100%. And so that's fine. So we can have like some sort of little sliding bar showing our time ticking down. But we don't need like a player position anymore. That being said, I do want to have some sort of player position thing for the competitive game. But all that would really be is like a dot on a line representing you in the center. Your ball would be in the center, right? And then the other player, it would kind of show your position relative to the other player. Right? So is the other player like coming up behind you, popping a certain amount of bubbles, or are they a certain amount of bubbles ahead of you, kind of thing? Because it would be just relative. Like, where is the other player relative to you, rather than, because there is no absolute cap on the amount of bubbles you're popping. So I'll have that just to kind of say, oh yeah, here's the other player. They're ahead of you. They're beating you. They're not, But the timer is more of the thing that matters. So I'm trying to think about how we could maybe best represent the time. And I'm actually thinking maybe we just keep our current timer the way it is here, and we can get rid of the progress. Well, so the reason why I'm talking about this even right now, because we're talking about window resizing right now. But I'm kind of thinking, like, do I even want to do the work of making this resize, but then I just end up changing the components later, and then I have to do kind of the resize logic again. I mean, I'd like to avoid doing that. I'd like to have kind of maybe like a standard way that we can resize things. It'd be nice if there was kind of like an engine way to standardly resize things, Like if that was just built into the, like for example, then everything you do in the engine is in this unit space, right? And then like everything, you position, everything relative to unit space. And then that gets converted, you have your pixels per unit thing, and then you just multiply that to get the pixel value. It's probably how I should have did things when I initially got started with this, but and then that way I could just like have like maybe like some resize methods like baked into the drawable classes, and then like a circle or whatever, right? Like a circle will have its position in units, and then as long as that position in units isn't changing. I remember thinking actually about doing something like that initially, but I was kind of like, well, Retro MMO, is it too late to add this stuff to the engine? No, it's not at all. I mean, it'd be a lot of work, but and it's something now that I don't think I would want to do. I don't think it's something I would want to do before I have like an initial release. Like it's really not that big of a deal. because I was trying to just kind of make things like kind of lean and mean, because it's like, well, if I just deal with like pixels, especially for a game like this, like we just deal with pixels, then it would be just like less calculation, like half the calculations, because like I'd animate something instead of animating its size in units. Well, yeah, honestly, maybe that's not even that big of a deal. Because like right now we're running, you know, at a frame rate, but none of those positions are getting recalculated, re-updated. Yeah. Yeah, so maybe at some point that'll be like an engine task. Switching to all unit space, and then yeah, because what I'm doing right now to go back to get unit space for stuff is just like, it's just like a hack. It's like I'm reverse engineering my own thing. So you know, because I think I was telling you this, Retro, before, like it'd be nice to maybe do, like I'm thinking of just having this engine and code up publicly, you know, once I clean it up, because I'm kind of developing it with this game, but I think it would scale to other simple games pretty well. You know, you take out just the game logic, you know, for this specific game, but then you'd have a pretty good engine to start building stuff up, something else new from that. So I think the units thing would make a lot of sense, doing units rather than, and doing units that have the same origin as pixels, because then I wouldn't have to do that offset thing like I'm doing. No, actually, Retro, yeah, you could even publish on NPM. Yeah, and that's potentially something too, yeah, that I would think about. I mean, yeah, I was thinking too of like maybe making a video, because like maybe having it on NPM, but at least just having like, it'd be cool to just like have an example of like, okay, here's this JavaScript game engine, and like here's how you do here's how it works, because it's relatively simple. It's not, but it like lets you like get stuff up on screen and animating, you know, having animations and stuff just like working with pretty little effort, which is kind of cool. Yeah, you could make a little landing page with a YouTube video embed or something. Yeah, exactly. So well, I was thinking about the unit space thing being like, I was just saying I could have that like the units orient themselves with the 0, 0 of the screen too. Like units would also have an origin of 0, 0 at this point, the top left part of the screen. But actually that wouldn't work for the, I'd still have to have a separate like unit space for the server to generate. Yeah, there'd still have to be a separate unit space for the bubbles, because like I have the origin of the unit space at the center of this circle, right? So the server just generates positions all around that, right? It says it knows, it has a default that the radius of this circle is 1,000 units, right? So all of these bubble positions and everything are generated within that domain. But if I had units on the engine or at origin here, 0, 0, well, now I can't do that, because the position in units, now this just moved over X many units, right? Because 0, 0 is here in units, so now this thing slid over. So the server would still have to have this origin point be the unit. Yeah, there'd have to be like an offset. Like maybe the scale could be the same. So like one server unit is the same as one client unit, but then there'd be some sort of offset for this play area, I guess. Yeah, actually that could be the thing. That could be how it works. It wouldn't then the client would just take, okay, here's the server unit position for the bubbles, and then I just offset it by whatever, and then here we go. I like it. But we're not getting to that really anytime soon. So anyway, for now, let's just get rid of, because now this is our last thing, well, at least in the game, to scale is our little timer. So let's update it a little bit, update the graphics of it right now, and then we'll start working on the resizing. Because I'd like to get rid of our little ball, our little trackball thing, that little slider guy there. This little thing. We don't need that anymore because that's kind of a moot. It's not even a real thing. Now that the game is just how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds rather than a fixed number of bubbles to pop. So yeah, so it's simple enough just to get rid of this. Do we really need all these? Do we really need 3 columns of window code open up here now? I don't know. I'll keep it like that for now. Just tuck that one under the rug for now. So what I'd like to do is beef this guy up a bit here. So this could be maybe more along the lines. Okay, now it looks weird because I resized the window. There we go. And actually, all right. Something looks a little funky here. So we're gonna GIMP this bad boy real quick, and I want to look at. Whoops. I want to look at the height of this, because the height of this box should be the same height as the. I don't want fixed aspect ratio. Get out of here. Okay. All right. So that is good. The height of this is more or less exactly the height. Yeah. Okay. You know, and there's going to be a little anti-aliasing stuff that doesn't quite match up because that's just that's the canvas renderer and everything. Wow, I kind of like the way this looks at like real pixel graphic wise. It looks kind of neat. You zoom out. Yeah, it just looks, it's satisfying to see that little rectangle like that. Nice pixel art. Okay, so yeah, we can tell that it's the center. So this ball is obviously set to the center of the top of the bar, our little timer. And then I did all of that stuff correctly, right? But we're going to be getting rid of the ball. I just wanted to make sure that I really did have the exact height of this matching the height of the timer here. So that's good. So we just need to beef the width of this up, which I think is just one little variable in our configuration here. In fact, I think I want to do maybe something that's countdown timer. No. It's like progress meter here. And I might actually move these out to their own objects. So we've got prog ball R ratio, prog box width ratio. Okay, so that's the width of the box relative to the height of the canvas. So I actually want this to be maybe, oh, actually this is going to be a pain. I want to widen this up. So maybe let's just plug in some numbers and see what we get. So if I were to double the width, what would that look like? It should still be center, but it would just be, maybe let's triple the width. Let's see what we got. 0.017 times 3. 0.051. So let's just make it 0.05 then. All right, and I'm in GIMP. I don't want GIMP anymore. There we go. Cool. Maybe. That looks better, I think. Obviously, we still have our little ball here. That's going to go away. But I think this is looking pretty good. And, you know, it looks a little funky that it's, let's just make it 20 seconds. So it'll be moving down a lot faster now. Yeah, that doesn't look... doesn't look terrible. Maybe it does look terrible. I don't know. I still don't really like it. But anyway. All right. Anyway, let's get rid of the little ball for right now because we don't need that anymore. So that should be as simple as in our marathon creator here. We're going to get rid of progress ball. So I'll just comment it out because I actually will have something similar to that. Like I was saying for the competitive mode, it would be nice to have like a little thing that shows like represents you as like the center of a line maybe, right? So like if this is you, your position, like it's fixed and it doesn't change. But then your opponent would be moving like relative to you, right? So like your opponent is either like some sort of bubbles behind you, right? It's like you're here, you're just fixed in the middle of like this line as representing your position. So as your opponent is like popping bubbles, they'd like pass you, right? So you'd always see like your opponent's position relative to you, like however many bubbles you've got. I think that would be kind of cool. Then you'd kind of see this little, you just see your like your opponent's position relative to you moving. I think that would be cool. But yeah, let's get rid of, okay, we got rid of progress ball, but we actually need to remove it from the progress meter right now. Which now this progress meter isn't even called progress meter anymore. It's called, now I'm going back to like hourglass, which is what I named it way back in the old game mode for the timer. So I might actually go back and change that. So okay, we got progress fill, nav meter height picks. Okay. Cool. So then we need to go into our progress meter. Is this the new one? Yeah. And we take out ball and, oh. Okay. We've got a little, oh, we can take box dot pose x, right? Box dot pose y. And we get rid of ball. There's no more ball. And ball.move to. You know what? Yeah, I'm just going to comment this out. I'm going to comment all this out because I'm probably going to refer back to this code just to help myself for when we do the competitive part with player. The opponent's ball will move. I'd like it to move very similar to the way that that ball currently moved in the single player. If callback, what is this? Set. Oh, this, okay. This whole method can just get commented out. And I will comment it out from the marathon object as well. So where is our this dot progress meter? So we're doing set target bubble ID, set target bubble ID. So I'll just comment these out and I'll keep them around for progress meter set, right? Oh, all right. We got another little problem with that, but I'm going to hit the bathroom. I'm doing a little pee-pee dance. So don't go anywhere. Be right back. One moment. All right, and we're back. So I just realized there's something a little tricky here. Subender is now following. Subender, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out. So we've got a little, it's not just as simple as removing the little ball. Subender, what's up, sir? Not a whole lot. How you doing, man? I appreciate you hanging out in the chat and everything. Welcome. Yeah, so I haven't refreshed the browser yet, so our ball is still showing here. But what I was saying was it's not quite a simple task to just say get rid of the ball, because the ball animation, there's a little callback that gets passed into the ball animation. Because as we play, as we pop bubbles, right, the ball animation is moved. The ball is sliding, right? Oops. And then as we get to the end, which actually I can demonstrate that right here. So as we get to the last bubble we pop, we just have 8 to pop right now, and it doesn't match up with the position of the ball. Don't worry about that right now. We're in the middle of changing some stuff. So as we pop this last one, the game doesn't end until the little ball goes whoop, slides, and then the game's over. So that the game ends, we run a callback when the animation ends to end the game, right? Otherwise, the game would immediately end if we didn't have that callback. And actually, I'll probably demonstrate that in a second here. Subender, learning JavaScript. Nice, nice. Are you, well, you're learning JavaScript. So you just started learning it, or you're kind of... Okay, So okay, so what I was saying is that we're ending the game on that callback. After the animation finishes, right? So that's why we've got this little fancy thing where we have this dot progress meter, set target bubble ID. I have an option, so that's when we're telling the progress meter, okay, the ball needs to move. And then there's this callback here, this little anonymous function we pass in that actually fires the event to end the game. Because we want to let that animation finish. We want to let the little ball slide, and then the game will go away. Just started, but I know C++ and Java already. Gotcha, cool. Well, I'm actually learning C and C++ right now. Well, not right now on stream, but I'm kind of, I know a little more JavaScript stuff, but than I do C and everything, but I'm kind of on my own studying that kind of stuff, and eventually I'd like to be doing some games and that sort of thing in C/C++. So that's very cool. So yeah, if you got any questions, if you see me doing some weird stuff or something with JavaScript, yeah, let me know. Ask away. Always glad to share any knowledge that I have. So let's just do this instead. Because what I was doing was just getting rid of these progress meter.set target bubble ID functions, right? Function calls, which we got rid of that one. We got rid of that one. And we've got one here. This is when the game reaches the end state, right? The player popped the last bubble. So let's just copy this line here, our event emitter, and let's just emit that. Whoops. Let's fire that event right when the player. So this would be as soon as the player pops the last bubble. We can see this little check here. If the player popped the last bubble, we'll do some other stuff, and then fire the event to end the game, which would kick us right to the stats screen. So as long as I didn't screw anything up here, when I pop the last bubble, which is this blue one, the game will just, boom, snap to the next frame, right? Or snap to the stat screen immediately, right? So, boom, instantly. Which I don't really like. I'd rather let this little animation finish. So trying to think of what would be the best way that we'd want to accomplish that. Because we could do something very similar that we were doing with this, but now to our navigation meter, because this also has an animation that we want to finish. So what I could do is maybe allow for a very similar thing. So I don't know if you caught this, but we've got so we've got this .navmeter.set target bubble ID. We do that in a bunch of places. Well, okay, so we can see the highlighted spots in the code here. So we had like two spots. We had the nav meter set target bubble ID. So our nav meter is this thing. This thing is the nav meter. This thing is the progress meter, which now needs to be changed to, the timer hourglass thing, right? So because it's just keeping track of time. It's no longer keeping track of progress. So this is the navigation meter. This is where what bubbles you're supposed to pop as you play, right? And this one is your time. So what we were doing is getting a callback from this to defer ending the game until the animation finished, right? Because we can fire a callback after an animation. Or we could now, well, so what I'm saying now is we could move that callback handling over to this, to the function we're calling here for this. So that's what, when we look at this here, we've got these set target bubble IDs. So basically that just means maybe set target bubble ID is kind of a dumb name now. It should be like change target bubble ID or something. New target bubble ID changed. You know, it's kind of like an event handler kind of thing now. But so we have like the two things. We've got our nav meter where we're doing that. So whenever we've got these three scenarios where that's changing, and that's just depending upon the player popping the right bubbles or not, right? Because when I pop green, this thing needs to know, okay, the player got popped green. So magenta, you slide up here and become bigger, right? And like all the other ones, you know. So that's what these method calls are here in like 3 different cases. This one is when the player messed up. We have a cursor drag stopped event. So this one is resetting back to whatever the previous bubble is supposed to be, right? So when I pop this one and then I crash, it comes back, right? This scenario here is when the player wins. The players pop the last bubble. And then down here is just the normal popping a bubble and moving on. Just popping a single bubble from time to time, you know, as the player's popping, right? As the player's popping bubbles. So anyway, what I'm thinking we could do is we've got the set target bubble ID method on our nav meter, which is, once again, this thing. So we could just have the ability to pass a callback to that now, and then let that defer until the animation is completed, because this also has animations that we want to finish before we actually end the game. Retro MMO, have you tried playing with a touch screen? I bet it gives a huge advantage. No, I haven't. That's actually a good point. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Because I don't really want people to play with a touch screen. But yeah, if you just went to the page on, let me try on my phone right now. So I believe I have my, should be open on my firewall here on my computer. I think I know the IP address. Oh, it might actually already be in here. That worked. Well, we got that. We're going to see what happens. It's starting. It's generating. You can't see that'll be it. You can't see the I don't know what bubbles I'm supposed to pop. I guess if I rotate, it'll resize. Oh, cool. Yeah, because now that we've added the resizing in, it worked. Okay, so there we go. All right. Oh, it works. It's terrible, but it works. All right. All right, come on, camera. No, maybe? It zoomed in now. Can you see it? Can we see it? Now I can't see it. But if you do orange, oh, I missed orange. It's like really laggy. Blue, green, blue. I'm trying to do this. Yep, I messed up. I don't know if you could see that either when I was touching it, but it's really laggy for some reason. I don't know why. Obviously, this isn't supposed to be a mobile game. I'm not planning on this being mobile at all. It just happens that it works because it's a website and the way I'm doing stuff is just kind of... Yeah, it's like very, very laggy. As far as like when I pop the bubble with a click, with a touch, tap, whatever. Yeah, so... Yeah, in theory, that would be a huge advantage, because now instead of like, if you just got this one single move and tap kind of thing, or you got, now you got like thumbs or something. Actually, let me try it. I'm going to try it real quick, and we'll get back to this. I'm going to try it real quick with my thumbs, like sideways, like holding it. Okay, yeah, you can see my little web server going when I loaded the page there. All right, let's refresh. There we go. It's so slow because I have like a bajillion JavaScript files for this. Okay. Boom. 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 Nope. All right. I'm just trying to see how fast I can go. Ah! What? Okay. One more time here. Sorry. I know this isn't exciting. I'm just very curious about this. All right. I did it, and I did it with a 1.35 pops per second speed, which is pops per second 1.35. That's pretty good. Dev chats. So for how long have you been working on this? Well, Dev chats, welcome to the chat. Thanks for hanging out. Player closed connection. That was the WebSockets message there. So all of that stuff's working. That's nice. Dev chats. It's not a super straightforward question. So I originally started with my original idea of this game back in like December or January of 2019. Or that would have been January 2019, right? So coming up on almost 2 years ago. And it was very different than it is now. So like right now, well, not very different, but the way it was now, or the way it was then, was you just like had squares. It was like just grid of squares, and then very similar to the way multiple colors, right? And then you just moved the mouse and then touched the square. You just, hovered your mouse over that square in order, and then it was a very similar kind of thing. So I did that back in like January 2019, probably worked on it for a few months. I think I remember working on it through like the spring of 2019. And it was starting to get kind of beefy, and I didn't really think too hard or very thoughtfully about the code and everything. So it was just becoming kind of a mess. So then come January 2020, December 2019 to January 2020, I said, okay, I should redo this now. More proper. Like, I think I kind of have the start of an actual like game here. So let's do it more proper. So then I rebuilt the engine and everything. I thought about it, actually put some thought into it and kind of built it out. And then ended up with I started doing circles then instead of squares. And then maybe by like April, like working on it very part-time, like, I don't know, maybe altogether, maybe 40 or 50 hours over like 4 months. Like that's sad that I didn't spend that much time working on it. Oh, what was that there? I just noticed something funky with that highlight. But anyway, so I was probably working on it, April or May this year. And from every once in a while over the summer, kind of maybe when I had some time, but you know, like barely, probably twice a month I would like do something with it, and probably just for like a couple hours. Until August, I started like streaming it and just went part-time at my current job and just started like, all right, I'm gonna try doing some game dev stuff. So now I've been focusing on it since like kind of the end of August and doing like about 16 hours a week now on it over the last few weeks now. So yeah, hard to say exactly how many hours I've spent on it, but it's been, went through one initial iteration and then I got rid of it, kind of scrapped, I scrapped all of the code for that and I went kind of restarted the code over. Like the gameplay idea was in my head, but yeah, that's kind of the long, boring, I'm terrible at telling like stories because I just kind of rabbit trail and everything, but Dev Chats, I feel you. Been working on a game engine for the past 2 years on and off. Every time I get back to it, I want to rewrite it. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, exactly. The engine now for this, though, I'm actually pretty satisfied with. For probably just very simple games, I feel like I've got actually like a reasonable, solid foundation. There's some things, and my plan is once I kind of finish this game, whatever that means, I would start to do a new game with this engine. Any specific reason you didn't go with JS docs or TypeScript? JS docs, I assume you're talking about JS doc, like the documentation, just the JS doc specification for doing I don't know what I'm trying to say. I do actually have some JS doc, if that's what you're referring to here. Timer. If you're talking about this, like param, property, like defining my classes and that sort of thing, I do that here for one class in my code base. I would like to do that more for like the engine kind of code stuff, because this is my timer class, which is a pretty like core fundamental part of the engine. So I'm trying to do JS doc. I don't really care about it right now. I know like you coming from Java or C++, you're kind of like, whoa, I'd like to have my data types and everything. For TypeScript, I've done a little bit of TypeScript. And actually, I started this before I had any real familiarity with TypeScript, I think. I picked up TypeScript a bit in like the spring of this year, maybe. So I started kind of this code base at least in January. So that's kind of the answer to that with TypeScript. And the other thing is I don't really want anything to change the code that I'm writing. Like I kind of want the code I'm writing to be exactly what's going to run in the browser, So I feel like I'm doing little optimizations and everything, and I don't really necessarily want anything else. And I mean, TypeScript maybe would have saved me some things. I don't know. Made some things nicer, I guess, formalizing like some of the APIs within the code, I guess. Maybe I'll do just the engine code in TypeScript at some point, just kind of redo it. I don't know. We'll see. Dev Chats, I'm a full stack web dev. Only did CPP with assembly for a year or so. Gotcha. Nice. So I guess you were a Java full stack web dev, I guess. And now you're kind of stepping into the JavaScript world. Gotcha. JavaScript, Ruby. Okay. Only did CPP with assembly for a year, so okay. Yeah, and I'm trying to do kind of C and assembly, C++, and whatever because I really enjoy that. That's a lot of fun, like just messing around with that, and I've been having fun. I've been doing some streams every so often with that actually. I'm trying to build like a little program to print print my B rate, because currently now when I like take a break or whatever, or use the bathroom, this is my be right back message. But I'm trying to build a little program to kind of have like some animated ASCII art in the command line. I'm doing that in C. And I did a stream working on that on Saturday. So I'm getting close to having that done. We'll see. But I'm just trying to kind of do some little projects off to the side of this game to kind of be like learning C, familiarizing myself with it and whatever. So. All right. So what were we even working on here? Oh, we tried the mobile thing, right? We tried it on my phone. And it worked. And I don't care about it. I'm not trying to make this a mobile game, a mobile browser game or anything. So that aside, all right, we're printing something to the console here that I don't want printed to the console anymore. So let's get rid of that. Isn't that here in nav meter? Yes, right here. Okay. Whoop. All right, let's get rid of that. Okay. Oh, refresh first. There we go. All right. So no more junk in the console and we resize. Okay. Brilliant. All right. So our timer, I think, is good enough for right now. And I'm actually going to keep the name of progress meter for this, which is what I'm calling it in the code right now, because I don't know what I was going to say about that. But anyway, now that I think we've got more or less the relative sizing of this squared away, I guess for now, I still don't really like the graphics of this. Yeah, this still just kind of bothers me a bit, but it's good enough for now. So let's have, we just need to have this scale with the window now. So that's kind of what we've been working on, right? We just tweaked this, but we've got everything else scaling on window resize except that the timer, right? So let's get the timer going. Oops. So to do that, I wonder if we're going to need to go back and kind of hack our unit space dealio that we've got. Well, first off, let's set up our event handler for that. So we've got progress meter here, right? So currently our progress meter doesn't listen to any events. So we can start using our event listeners property, which comes in because we are an entity. All entities have an event listeners property. So we can set that up. Hang on one second here. All right, I'll be right back in a second here. Quick little tiny break. Don't go anywhere. You can if you want. You're not obligated to stay, but just saying. All right, and we're back. Okay. So, so we were in the middle of adding our event listener now for the our progress meter class. So I'm just going to copy what I already have set up for the nav meter here. I guess I should have just did that before. But we'll have an event listener that's listening to the window resized event. And that is a game engine event. So that means we also need to have a method that we're going to, yeah. I could have did. I'm not gonna talk about what I'm thinking of right there. Okay. So we've got update, size, and pose, right? And in this little function here, which is similar to our nav meter code here, this is the callback that will fire when the screen is resized, right? So our clients need to know, or not clients, these objects need to know when that resize happens so they can recalculate their components, right? So we might need to do a little reconfiguring here. Or I might actually, let's go to the play area class because I want to see what I did for that. Because I might be able to copy more of what I did there. Okay, so play area has, yes, I think this is what I want to do. All right, let's put the play area code over here. All right, so yeah, there's kind of a bunch of annoying little details I'm thinking about and talking about right here that aren't very exciting, but we're gonna get through this. So this update, size, and pose function is on the play area, and this actually will set the size and position of the play area components just right here in this function. And we actually just call this the first time to initially set up the play area. And then this function gets called every time the window gets resized to rescale everything. So it's nice that we kind of have just this one function to set the size and the position just once. So I think we can do something similar for that here. So let's do, I want to look at the marathon creator here. Let's move that over here. All right, so here's the logic to actually set up the progress meter. So we've got progbox width. Okay. We've got something a little progbox Y. All right, you know what? I'm not gonna copy the way I do it with the play area right now. I am just gonna go line by line with the we're just gonna go line by line of our creator code here, our marathon creator code, and then figure out what properties of that need to be updated. This is kind of annoying. This whole screen resize deal is getting a little out of hand. All right. Sorry, just doing some stuff there. Okay. All right. So maybe, let's see what we got going on here. Maybe I could do something that's, yeah, this progbox y, maybe we could just, instead of this calculation, maybe we could just turn this into a variable in our config file. So what I mean by that is we've got now that this is 20 seconds, it's kind of annoying. But we more or less know what our height actually of this is, our y position in units, right? Actually, no, we don't. We don't. Let me try something here real quick. We're going to try, if I do 4, checkpoint, let's make this 4. So this way our nav meter is now showing 4 bubbles. Yeah, and this scales to that too. Okay, so this timer just matches the height of that. You know, we could even make it crazier. You know, we could do 5. Or 5 might break because our checkpoint interval. Let's just see. No, 5 works too. So that's the bubble from the next checkpoint even. Yeah, that's just a little crazy to look at, but yeah, so this thing is just copying the height. This is copying the height of this, whatever this whole thing calculates out to be, which is kind of annoying that that's the case. So So basically what that's telling me is the y position of this is slave to this. Because the y position of this thing is just generated based upon how many bubbles we have. So that, yeah, I really don't have a choice but to we really don't have much of a choice but to pass, figure out what the, take the y position of this and use that. So actually, I think I might take a little quick lunch break right now. Just grab a little something to eat. Just a few minutes. All right. So we'll be back. We'll be back in a few. Just grab a little bite to eat quick. Just don't go anywhere. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I just took a little, snuck a little lunch break in there. Just heated up some soup. All right. And I got some more coffee too. Decaf this time. All right, so I'm starting to get sick of this resizing stuff. This resizing business is, because I'm just realizing more and more now that, like, if I would have just, like, maybe started using some sort of unit space in the engine code right off the bat, then we could kind of almost build this resizing in naturally. But basically, I've kind of set up all these things to, like, set up coordinates of everything in pixel space on screen. And then now we're kind of stuck with, like, I'm kind of having to go back and, like, undo things or change things to kind of get to where we actually want to be. So and now basically what we're doing, what I was just proving, I think right before I took my little lunch break, is the height of this thing is based upon the height of this. Which I don't know if I really want that. Because, like, if we go and center this up, sorry, just make this, so right now I'm showing 5 bubbles in the nav meter, but if we go back to just showing 3, now this is, like, way shorter now to accommodate, this height. So I'm thinking maybe of actually just getting this height value and keeping this. Getting this height value in units, actually. So I think I want to just do that. Like, I like this relative, like, comparison, but then if we add more, like, bubbles to the nav meter, this doesn't need to scale to that. We don't need to have that scale, this height scale. So let's go ahead and do let's go ahead and figure out what these height units are. In fact, I think I can have that. I can print that to the console. And then we're going to just keep that number, won't change. So if we're in our Marathon Creator, what I can do is where we get to progress. The speakers are muting themselves, so just unmute them there. Where are we? Okay, nav meter height. We have it. Yeah, here we go. Nav meter height units. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, actually, that should be the final nav meter height units at the end there. Yes. Okay, so we're going to just CLG nav meter height units. So we'll just print that to the console once the game starts. Okay, so 966.5. So I'm going to take exactly that number, 966.5. I'm not even going to round it. And we're just going to do, I'm going to fix that to, where are we? Okay, so we're just going to call this height units. And what was it again? 966.5. Okay. 966.5. Oh, that's right. We do have our X units. Okay, that's nice. It's nice that we have that. Prog box width ratio is 0.05. Yeah, I think I want to turn this into a unit space number 2 rather than this ratio thing. So it'd be nice to take that and turn it into I'm trying to think of how we want to. Hang on a second here. Okay. All right, I'm back. So we've got this ratio, which I'd rather just turn into units now. So the ratio is 0.05, and I believe I just picked that number a little bit out of the air. So what we need to do is find this pixel value and then divide it. So we'll calculate the pixel value for that prog box. Where is that? Progress. So we have progress meter, prog box width ratio. Okay, so we want to take the prog box width, but now we need to divide that by CLG prog box width. So this is pixels, but I want to convert this to our canvas wrapper dot sizes dot pixels per unit. And I think this should give me our value for this in units if I'm doing the math right. Whoops. What am I doing here? When we play 142. That should be about right. So we'll do 140. We'll round up to 143. So this will be prog box width units. What was it again? 143. We can round up, and then we'll be able to get rid of this ratio. So we can just do units and then multiply units by so marathon creator. So then instead of this, we are going to do config prog box width units multiplied by canvas.wrapper.sizes.pixels per unit, and then we comment out this top one, prog box width, and then we want to see that this progress box comes up to the exact same width. Yes, there we go. So we're at 143. So if we change, so let's just change this just to make sure I'm not crazy. So it's 143 now. Make it 300, so kind of double it up more or less. 143, that was the value we had before. Yes, now we're fat. So perfect, brilliant, whatever. 143 is our unit space. That's great. So now we have the unit space for this. So when we resize the window, changing that will just be the simple matter of multiplying. It'll be a simple matter of just multiplying the width in units by our pixels per unit. Brilliant. So let's go. Is that really what I want? 143? We'll play around with the numbers later, but for now, at least we're working in units. So let's get rid of the ratio, the whole shebang where we're referencing the ratio now. So that's this line. We get rid of that. I don't think we're using that anywhere else. So let's just delete that whole prog box width ratio from out of there. So if we play, yeah, everything is fine. No errors or anything. All right, so let's actually add this. Let's see if we can get that, at least the width of the box scaling right now. So actually, never mind. That's a little more involved. Is it? Is it more involved? Let's do this. Well, okay, so one other interesting thing we have here is, or maybe it's not interesting, but one other thing we've got is this is, so our unit space is 0, is the origin of our unit space is right at the center of this circle, right? So 0, 0. So this, the radius of the circle is 1,000 units. So then we're storing the position, the x position of the nav meter here we're storing that in units. So we're doing, what did I say? 1350, I think is the number. Yeah, so nav meter x units is 1350, right? So that puts us, 350 units outside of the circle here. And then likewise for the progress meter, we're doing negative 1350 units, right? But that is assuming that they're centered up along the, because the center or the rectangle position is here. It's not the center, right? So the center of this rectangle is 1350x, right? So the center of that is 1350 along our x-axis, right? Likewise, the center of the center of these circles is positive 1350, negative 1350, positive 1350. So I'm trying to think if, so that's the center of this, but I'm trying to think if, do I want to take the center of that and then make the actual position of this, instead of 1350, it would be now half of its width it would be negative 1350, but minus half of its width, right? Because 1350 is the center of this, but the origin of our rectangle is here. Okay, so yeah, I'm not so sure what I want to do with that now. Because I'm trying to think from like a yeah, I think what I should do is just take half of that unit size and then do subtract 1350 from that. I think is what I want. So to do that, I think we have to do, where's our width? Oh, we could change this to width units instead of height units. We've got height units and width units now. Oops. Yeah, let's change this. Let's just rename this now. So this won't be progbox width units. It'll just be that. And then, because we already are just doing height units, so let's just keep it width units. Let's go to Marathon Creator. Yeah, and then this is all that's referencing there. Make sure everything's okay. There we go. Looks good. No issues. Okay. So I think we've got 1350 as our X position, but I think I'm going to do some little just variable magic here. Const, that's not const. It's on the wrong home row there. The wrong home row. All right, so prog, we'll just call this prog meter width. Const prog meter width units equals, and we're going to do 143. So this is just kind of my hacky way of getting around my own configuration file here. So width in units, 143. And then that way here, we can just reference that variable. And then for the X units, I want to do nav meter bubble pose X units. So I'm gonna have another variable called const nav meter bubble pose X units, and that'll equal 1350. So we'll use that there, and then I'm gonna do now pose. Okay, so pose X units is now gonna have to be const. We're going to do this. We're going to do half of this. Oops. We are going to do const. Okay, prog pose X units equals prog meter width units, half of that, plus this, and then negated. We're going to do times -1 because it's got to be negative. Okay, prog pose X units, so then that would go to this. So then that'll be some sort of specific number, right? And the reason why I'm doing it with these variables up here is just so I can like kind of nicely have these numbers just in one place and then everything recalculates, rather than even like kind of deriving units and saving those, and then I would have to kind of update things. So cool. So that should be all fine and dandy. And these variables looked like they were calculating out fine. So Shelvid is now following. Thanks for the follow, Shelvid. I appreciate it. And thanks for hanging out. Hope you were having a fantastic day. Shelvid, you're welcome, brother. Roiku. At TraceRacer, check him out. He's your identical brother. Look at his stream. Gotcha. Nice. Shelvid's live. All right. Well, hey, thanks for the follow, man. Identical brother. Well, yeah, the long hair, the guitars. I guess that's it, huh? Nice. There you go. I've got the audio down. What's that? All right, I'm muting it again. Sorry, because otherwise I think we're gonna create some horrible loop of sound. Because I don't have headphones. Here, actually, I'll switch to my headphones here.
No, we have a pew pew gun! Yay!
You got an Ibanez there?
No, you're not muted. No, you're not muted.
Just just checking.
Yeah. You got an Ibanez there?
Just Nacarino. Perfect. I love it.
I don't know how the fuck Roiku found it, but yeah. Basically, I have a 5-string bass as well. I noticed that with
Nice.
this side as well, and potentially Ibanez guitars as well.
Nice. I gotcha. Oh, I see your chat there.
No, wait. I gotta delete the gun.
Alright, see a clone and
I see your chat there.
oh yeah. So see a clone, it was fun. I didn't even know what was going on there, but yeah, I'm just gonna continue my stream now.
Nice. All right. Well, thanks again for the follow, Shelvid. I appreciate it. I'll follow you back. How about
The
that?
gun should be in the player prefix.
All right.
Nice.
I'm taking the headphones off.
Well, thanks again
for the follow, Shelvid. I appreciate it. I'll follow
Enable disable it.
Hey, thank you for following back. See
For
you
sure,
around.
man.
Right? It's like
All right. We'll see you around. Have a good one. Have a good stream. Roiku is followed. Thanks, Roiku. I appreciate it. I thought you already followed me. Because I know you were hanging out the other day. I guess I'm wrong. It's great to have two such wonderful human beings on the same planet. You including me in that? You can't be. I thought I had already followed you too. Oh, thanks. Well, thanks, Royku. I appreciate that. Royku, I just recently got out of my 4+ hour stream too. Now I'm just hanging out with you guys. Oh, nice, nice. Well, yeah, I guess I gotta follow you, Royku, and turn on notifications to hop into your stream at some point. You're in Finland, right? I think. You were in Weemy's stream the other day. The guy from Sweden. And I think you were helping him with his localization for his game. Yeah, Finland, it's 9 p.m. now. Gotcha. I'm on all the streams. Nice. Nice. All right. What am I doing here? Okay. All right, what were we doing just now? We were calculating some variables and stuff out. Royku's been working on a game for that. Now taking a break. Oh, wait, I'm taking part in Kindred Community Jam for Game Jam. Now, like Vimlark. It's been working on a game for that. Nice, nice. And I think you said you had just did the Ludum Dare Game Jam or whatever. I didn't know what that was until you had mentioned that the other day, and I looked it up a little bit. It was pretty cool. Yeah, I've never really done anything with game jams at all. Maybe I will at some point. I don't know. We shall see. Yep, I'm crazy like Vimlark going from jam to another. Oh, okay. Oh, Vimlark is another streamer, I guess. Another game dev streamer. He's a streamer here, big. Gotcha. Yeah, I've probably seen his name suggested on the side or whatever at some point, but his stream reminded me of the jam, so I joined in too. Gotcha. Cool. Cool. All right, so we've got our config variables all set up here nicely now. So we are at, what do we have here? Prog meter with you. Okay. So we did all this junk up here, and that's good. The height units is now a fixed number, well, a fixed unit number, which I think is fine. And our prog ball R ratio, that I'll keep this variable here for now, but I'll comment it out. Keep that number there for now. So what's going on here? so we've got our method now. I'm going to start trying to recalculate some of these things. Roiku, can you have pets in this game already? Pet bubbles? I mean, you can pretend that they're pets, I guess, you know. All right, so on our resize, I am going to now try to see if I can plug these numbers in correctly and see if this stuff will work. Because basically now all we need, we've got the 4 values, the width, the height, or sorry, that's not width and height. Like the X and the Y position in units. So we've got, we don't have the Y in units. So let's see what we can do about width, height, and position X here. So this callback's already set up. And okay, so that's already good. Let's do, okay, we've got two rectangle objects. So we need to update both of those because one is the box that represents the shaded box of time. And the other one is the fill. Oh, and that's also a bit of a problem now. I didn't think about that. Or I guess the X position for both of those is the same. So, okay, so let's just try getting the width. We'll get the width, the height, and the X position to scale with the window change. We'll do that for right now. Then we'll figure out what we need to do to get the actual height of the box to change. Because this is our box. The blue is the box object. Or sorry, the outline is the box object here. And then box fill is the blue. That's changing. Obviously, the height of that is changing. So let's do this dot box fill dot okay, what do we have? Dot pose dot x equals we've got prog meter width units. So let's do config dot marathon dot progress meter dot width units, right? And then we're going to multiply that by our canvas wrapper, which we're not. Canvas wrapper dot, cool, we imported it there. Oh, I want to use lowercase c. So we got canvas wrapper dot size dot pixel up pixels per unit. Sizes dot pixels per unit. There we go. All right, so that should be our X position for the fill. So let's see how that works here, how that looks. Okay, that's not working at all. Okay. Oh, that's the fill. I don't want to do the fill yet. I just want to do the box.pose. Yes, the outline. So let's try this again here. No. That does not like it. Oh, we need to... Okay. This is really becoming a mess. This is really becoming a mess very quickly. I'm going to refresh my coffee real quick, so I'll be back. Just 1 second here. Roku, I was making spaghetti today too. Gotcha. I think you're talking about the code, I guess. All right, I'll be back 2 seconds. Just getting more coffee. All right. Roku, yeah, code, lol. Gotcha. Well, yeah, and what I'm realizing is as I'm doing all of my code to support resizing the window like this. So like these parts are kind of done, but I'm working on this right now. As I'm doing this, I'm realizing there's probably a better way I could have been doing all of this all along. And like that's kind of just frustrating to deal with because I probably could have made it a lot easier for myself. But yeah. So anyway, yeah, the thing I am realizing here now is we've got a problem where, because this x position that we are calculating is now a negative number, right? So we're doing, oh, okay, never mind. I'm actually doing something totally wrong here. I'm using the wrong property. Oops. But it just reminded me of, come on, what's going on here? There we go. But this is still going to be wrong because, yes, because it's a negative number. Oh, then we need to offset it back by the, okay, so we do our multiplication, then we're going to add in canvas wrapper dot half width. Okay. All right, so that should maybe do, yes. Okay, so that's fixing our outer box along the x-axis, right? Yes. It's not doing anything else except the x-axis position. So you can see it more or less mirrors the, the same position, just like flipped on that side. So that's good. We got one thing done. Now, we could also do the y position of that. This dot box dot, actually let's, yeah, we might as well just do it this way. So the y position is, oh, we don't have that in our config. How are we figuring out? Oh, that's, the y position is just centered. Okay. The y position is our height units divided by 2. Okay, so half of our height units. So we're going to do config.marathon.progress meter dot height units divided by 2. So half of those or it would be negative, times -1. And then plus canvas wrapper dot half height. All right, yeah, this is all just so convoluted. Okay, so now when we resize, we're at 0. What? It's like this part is not even working. Let me just make sure I'm not going crazy here. Oh, we're doing it in, actually, I think we're not converting this to, okay, we need to do this and then times pixels per unit. All right. There we go. Okay. That's good. Okay, so now we've got the X and the Y working. The height isn't working, nor is the width working. But now this thing is always orientated at the correct position here relative to the rest of the window. So that's good. The width will be easy because that's this dot box dot size dot W is going to equal let's see, the width units. That'll just be the width units. Big.marathon.progressmeter.width units times canvas wrapper.sizes.pixels per unit. Okay, so now the width of this is changing properly, which is good. Awesome. Oh, and the height, we can change the height too, right? Because we have height units. Yeah. So we do the same thing, just with the height now. So this will be height units. Awesome. All right, so the box outline should be exactly what we want. Yeah. So the box outline is now done. I think that's good. The fill width is going to be the same. So I guess we could maybe do a variable up here that's like const W equals the width here. And then we could set that to W, because that W is going to be the same for the fill. So it'll be this dot box fill dot size dot W is also going to equal, is also going to equal W. So we could plug that in. Let's see what we got. So obviously the position, yeah. So you can see the blue bar there is correctly updating. It's shrinking. It's getting wider and smaller. So that part is good. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick. Got another little pee-pee dance going on. 1 second. All right, and we're back. A couple of messages here. Retro, looks like the resizing is coming along nicely. Thanks, Retro. Yeah, it's... Well, I think you heard me say it earlier on the stream where I was like, I'm finding things that would be better had I... Or I was talking about maybe like doing everything in that unit space before rather than kind of having like a fixed unit space that just everything works in and then kind of having the resize just kind of be built into like the engine, so to say. That would be nice. Roiku, take all the breaks you need. Thanks, I appreciate it. And yeah, resize code can just be copy pasted on the outline too. Well, you're talking about the fill, I guess. Like the blue box. It's like the outline's working now. The thing is, the position of this blue rectangle is always going down, right? So it's like it's recalculating its new position based on its height. So I need to figure out how I want to handle that. Or the X, I guess the X position of that is the exact same. So actually we're going to do another little variable for that. We're going to do const X equals this. And then this, oh boy, what's going on here? This will just equal X. Because basically the fill and the, so we got to, the outline and then the fill. And then the fill always shares the same X value and the same X coordinate and the same width. But its height and its Y position are changing. So, okay, so we can go down here and then do this dot box fill dot pose dot X equals X, right? I'm gonna move that up. I'm gonna move these up just for. Let's move that down, just for a little clarity's sake, I guess. It's better up there. All right, so now the fill, yeah. So now the fill is syncing its X position and the width, right? So as the screen gets smaller, the blue bar fits the same, and as we go there, it gets wider, whatever, right? So that's looking pretty good. But now the height and the width, I need to figure out exactly what I want to do for those. Or the height and the Y position. And I think I really need to do... This dot fill height units. This dot fill Y units. H units and Y units. Maybe I can just create these two little properties and then just update these. So this fill H units. Yeah. Wow. This is just so messed up how this is all happening. All right, let me think about this a little more. Let me actually think about it. How about that? How does that sound? So this is always taking, so the nav meter, we've got a fill that always stays fixed, right? And then this is some sort of like percentage less of this. The height of the blue fill. The height of the blue rectangle is always some sort of percentage smaller than this initial height. So this initial height, it comes in here, right? And then there's this little variable fill sum initial. You know what? Actually, I think this height. This height just needs to be like recalculated. This is hard. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Wow, that's a lot of pinks. So every time our timer updates, so we've got a timer object that's what's changing this, right? And every time the timer updates, the timer's part of the whole marathon game object. So every time that timer updates, it's returning like a percentage complete. And this thing is resizing its height based upon this height that comes in. So the problem is this height needs to be updated dynamically. So like this initial height, so maybe what we need is like this dot height units. We need that to come in through the constructor here, and then we can calculate the height. So the height is already getting calculated. Yeah, there's just a lot of duplication and stuff happening here. And like that's not really like a huge, I mean, like I can get around it. Well, the duplication in and of itself isn't, you know, a problem, but it's just like this stuff could just be way cleaner. So let's pass the height units in. Oh no, wait. The height units is already in. It's already in the config. Yeah, duh. So this height variable should get recalculated. Okay, so the height units, we already know what that is. This is fine. Passing in this initial height, I guess, through the constructor is fine. But what we want this dot height to equal, and the reason why this dot height is important is because that is the height in pixels of the whole box right here, right? So obviously that changes as we scale the window, but hey, that actually seems like it's kind of working. That's interesting. Okay. So that height is this property here, comes in pixels through the constructor when we actually set up the object. And then we have this fill sum initial that comes in as this dot box fill dot pose dot y. This doesn't need to be fill, right? This can be just this dot box dot pose dot y, right? Yes, okay. So actually, maybe all we need to do is just update these two properties. So we could just do this dot height equals this. And then maybe just set this box size to this dot height. And we could also do this dot fill sum initial equals, I guess that's height, this dot height plus this dot box dot pose dot y. So then this dot box dot pose dot y. And then as soon as, so then we don't actually necessarily need to set the x and y for the fill, because as soon as the next timer ticks, then that new position will be set. So in theory, this is all we need. Yeah. Okay. All right. So that part is working more or less. Yeah. I mean, it's not the right purple. All right. Part of me just wants to even skip this and just, like, the gameplay. Part of me thinks this whole resizing thing was just a bad idea. I mean, it's helping me find some issues, but why did that do a weird little thing there? Oh, okay. All right. Oh, okay. Yeah. We do have a problem there. Oh, yes, I know why. Okay, so when we're setting it up, all right, I don't even want to explain this. I'm just going to do it. Okay, so prog ball, prog box, y. So prog box, yeah, we don't want to use this. Prog ball x, prog box width divided by 2. We just want to do oof, yeah, I did all this just like, I didn't even like variableize these things. Const prog ball x. This can just go away for now. In fact, I'm just gonna leave that. And then prog, this should equal config.marathon.progressmeter.x pose x units const prog box x is going to equal pose x units, which are the negative x units, and we want to multiply that by pose x units multiply by the pixel scale. So canvas wrapper dot sizes dot pixels per unit, and then we want to add in, that puts us negative, so we need to add in half of the canvas wrapper dot size, half height, or half width, I mean. Okay, so that should be that. And then we'll put that here, and it's the same for the fill. All right, so now when we do this, it should look good. And when we change this, yeah, beautiful. No snapping or whatever. Awesome. It's looking pretty good. Way too much work to get all that working. Which kind of kills me, but the other thing I want, one of the things, like if not the stat screen, the main menu, these should really update. So maybe with these I could kind of figure out. Let's look at our menu setup code. Where is that? Menu. And we've got the create method. Okay. Well, let's actually play a little bit here first. Let's pop open the console. Is it already open? There we go. Let's refresh. Let's play. Oops, just make sure we're not getting any errors of any kind. Oh, we didn't fix that. How did I get derailed from working on that? We need to fix, there's like a callback that's getting passed, or that needs to get passed to end. Right now the match is ending immediately when you pop the last bubble, and it needs to wait for the animation to finish. So I need to, let's do that quick before we do anything else. Otherwise our resizing, let's like resize right here. Just keep an eye out on things. Yeah, everything's looking good. Make sure there's no like weird graphical glitches. Yes, everything's looking pretty good. Make it a little smaller there. Whoop. Nice. Yeah. Everything's looking good. I like it. Beautiful. All right. So I want to fix that thing about that callback needing to get passed to end the game. So that is in our marathon. So I want to do marathon. Right now we're just firing the marathon ended event emitter right here. But before we were passing that as a callback to our set target bubble ID. So we could probably just do a very similar thing here, where we do a callback, and then in the nav meter now we need to go to that code. And did I have that open somewhere? Nav meter, and then in our set target bubble ID we need to have a this in this thing here. So we'll do a okay, so we're gonna have a callback, and then we're gonna have a line that basically just says if callback. So if bubble should be destructed either because of a new checkpoint or the last bubble popped. Okay, beautiful. So then we set up the on elapsed for this. And then we have a for in each. Okay, so then here we can have if callback, callback. So then this will fire that callback to end the game after this animation has completed. So let's just test that out now. We're gonna do that, that. And then when we pop this final bubble, the purple bubble will shrink. The little bubbles up there will go flying up to the top, and then the game should end. No. Okay, that was the wrong callback. Okay, so this animation here is just the... Oh, wait a minute. No, I did the wrong thing. I'm not inside the callback. Yes, I am. Okay, that's for the movement. Yeah. What's going on here? Animate each bubble out. Oh, wait a minute. No, it needs to go into this set on elapsed. So then we throw that up there. Yeah, that's what we want. Because we got 2 layers of like animation things going on. It's kind of annoying, but okay, so now when we pop this last bubble, it'll shrink and go up, so there'll be 4 up there along the side. I'm not trying to hit the boundary there because otherwise I'll have to redo it. But then those bubbles will swipe up to the top of the screen, then the game will end, right? Was that correct? Was that right? That seemed a little fast. I'm going to be watching these bubbles slide up like a hawk. Yeah, actually, I think that is right. Yeah. Okay. I think we're good. Cool. Okay. So, now that we've fixed that again, I think we can go on to resizing the main menu. So right now, the main menu doesn't resize at all, right? Once we're in game, that resizes. But once we're at the main menu, nothing, right? So these are still the same size as they were before. We'd make it big, they're still the same size. So let's just add a little handler in there for the menu. And I need to kind of look at the code a bit to try to remember what's going on. Okay, so I don't need that open. I don't need that open. I guess we'll keep this open. Or I guess we don't need that open. Okay. So for our menu object here, this keeps track of the play button, the practice button, and the quit button. The quit button we don't want to scale. So the quit button is what shows in game. Right? So I've got this one menu object that keeps track of all these buttons. Right? So there's not those buttons, but it keeps track of this button and the main menu button here. Main menu buttons, right? So these 2 buttons and the in-game button. So we want to basically only scale. So our menu object here could have an event listener for window resized. And then the listener, I think we can just get away with this for right now. Okay, so here we do all of the setting up of these positions and everything. So play button radius, prac button offset X, prac button offset Y. I think we could basically kind of play button, practice button. Yeah, let's try that. So we're going to do size, pose, play button. Oh, the animations are just like, it's like make itself 10% bigger. That's how the animations work. So I think when you hover on the button, it just says, okay, whatever my radius is, whatever my initial are, it's got like an internal little property that it does, and then it says, when you hover over me, I'm just gonna expand 10%, I think. Yes. So let's see here. So let's do, I think these, all we really need to do is like recalculate these variables here. So let's, I don't like recalculating those, but again, until we really come up with a nice solution to fix kind of this unit space dealio, we're gonna have to do this for right now. Missing a semicolon there. So let's do okay. Play button. What about the oh yeah, we do that bound box thing. All right. Quit button stays, practice button and play button just go. You know what? And I'm not even, when we do our first initial public release, I'm not even going to have a play and a practice button. Because right now they both do the same thing. Because eventually play will be our competitive one-on-one mode. Practice will just be currently what we have when we hit play or practice, which is just this single player game, right? So some of this stuff's going to change anyway. Yeah, well, either way, I'm just going to do it nice here, I think. So we're going to just copy this stuff. We're going to copy that up to the window resized thing. So these are all just local variables. So we're going to do, I guess we're just going to keep this. Height, yes. This we don't need to calculate anymore. This can then be just canvas wrapper dot, canvas wrapper dot, what in the world? I'm on the wrong home row there. Canvas wrapper dot half height. Wait, half width. And then here is canvas wrapper dot half height. There we go. That's cool. So then we should have our new play button, this dot play button dot pose.x equals play button x. This dot play button dot pose dot y equals play button y. Right. Is that all we need? And then play button R. Yes. And then this dot play button dot size dot R equals play button R. All right. So that should fix up our play button. So if I do this and we start resizing the screen, no, nope, nope, nope. Cannot set property x of undefined. Okay. What are we doing that's x of undefined? This dot play button. Oh, it's saying play button is undefined. Menu 37. Why? Oh, wait, did it say X? Cannot set property X of undefined. Okay, so play button is there, but pose is not there. Oh, maybe we're... Oh, yeah. This, it needs to be play button dot drawable dot pose dot x and drawable dot pose and drawable dot size. Okay. And actually, I think I might even need to do something else with this. Oh, yeah, this isn't going to work because it's going to resize the circle, but not the text. Yes. Okay, so we need like something fancy to resize this. So like let's pull open our button file here. Maybe I already did something like this. Show hide init destruct. Oof. Okay, so we need to have like a method called set size and pose maybe. Like set size R. Oops. And then like set pose X, Y, something like this. So we need we need to set initial R, because if I actually do this, yeah, that screws everything up there. So we need to set for the set size, initial R needs to equal R, and this dot drawable dot size dot R will equal R. So we do that, but then our text also needs to adjust. Right, so hover anim, hover text anim. So we need to change ooh. And the animations need to be updated too. Wow, this is getting a little tricky. Quick bathroom break here, and I'll be back in a sec. All right, and we're back. Okay. Our animations also need to be updated, basically, our hover animations for our buttons. What I mean by that is the sizes that they animate to, because those are value things. So like when I instantiate my hover animation, I'm passing in the initial radius as the start value, and then the initial radius 10% scaled up as the end value. Speaking of which, I need to do that better there. Not be just doing that calculation. Well, it's just kind of magic numbery stuff right now. So the reason why this is all magic number stuff here that I didn't clean up yet. So the reason why this is kind of annoying is because I have to go in and update these animations now. And I guess it's not, because I was thinking like maybe it'd be cool if these animations were getting their values like by reference somehow. But, you know. I'm going to do actually, I'm going to do a config for this right now. So we're going to do cursor, button. Okay, so I already have a button config option. We're going to do button hover size, or hover scale. I'll call 1.1. And then I'm going to replace all these 1.1s in here with the config dot. Find 1.1. We should have got 4 of them. So we'll change that to config.button.hover scale. There we go. Beautiful. All right. Yeah, let's make sure that this is correct. Okay, so just hovering over these buttons proves that that's correct. Okay, everything's looking good. So now we need all right, well, here's what I'm going to do from like a roadmap kind of perspective. All this rescaling stuff is bringing out a lot of nasty little bugs out of the cracks here. Not bugs, not bugs, but nasty little things that just could be done better. Drawing all that out of the cracks. It's bringing that to my attention. So what I'm thinking is we will just go with what we have for, like right now, the actual scaling the gameplay window and everything works. This doesn't scale. It's not supposed to. Scaling these buttons, we're in the middle of doing the main menu buttons because I feel like that's something that people might want to scale, you know, right? So obviously we got it partially working right now, but we'll fix that up right now today. And then I think we'll be done with the scaling stuff for right now. I'm not going to scale the stats screen or the little countdown timer. The stats screen and the countdown timer get generated every game. So the only time you would ever see an issue with the stat screen not scaling is if you scaled it during the stat screen, right? But as soon as you like hit retry, now everything scales back up again. So I'm going to at least just finish this so we can at least get to our on-demand bubble generation. And that way I can be closer to just getting a public release and like have that. And then at some point after the public release, I would like to, maybe one of the first things we do after just having an initial public release is get to fixing all of these issues. Well, not issues, but fixing all of this unit space, pixel space junk that we're dealing with. Yeah. So anyway, yeah, so we're on our way to getting this. So let's get the font figured out. So we're setting up a method for setting the size. We're going to need to set that, or setting the size and the position, because if I'm not mistaken, yeah, we're going to need to do this thing. All right, so let's look at what we've got here. Oh boy. That's kind of annoying. All right. We've got this annoying feature that we added when we were building the buttons where we can override like the font size. Yeah, because I have this font to radius ratio where it sets the font size based upon the radius of the button. Or you can override it if you pass a font size in through params. Through the params. So that's actually kind of annoying. It's actually really annoying. In this case, I think it'll break things. Well, no. Actually, it won't. Actually, I don't think it will. How do we rescale our font, though? Font, okay. Okay, this is the magic formula here. So maybe we just do this in our set size. All right, so here when we call set size, we pass in a radius, we set that new initial R, that sets up for our animations. We just set our initial R size to whatever it's supposed to be there. And then the text, we need to set the font size to font.size is oh boy. Yeah, this is going to break our practice because we could do this. Man, this is going to break. We could do that, but that's going to break our practice button text. And then this part is fine. Maybe we just make this set size and pose. I'm just going to make this one. So we're going to have R and then X and Y. X, Y. Just one method here. Because otherwise we're going to be duplicating stuff up a bit. So we do the R first, then we do our new X and Y. So this dot drawable dot pose dot x equals x. This dot drawable dot pose dot y equals y. And then this stuff will then work fine. All right, this will work great for the play button. But for the practice button, it's going to get screwed up because we're overriding the font size for the practice button. Yeah. Lovely. Okay. So in our menu on our resize, instead of doing this.playbutton.drawable.pose.x.y, blah, 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 we're going to do this.playbutton.setSize and pose, and we're going to pass in that new play button R. We're going to set in the new play button X and play button Y. All right, so we're passing that stuff in. We're not doing that. So in theory now our play button should be good. Yes. So the play button is working as it should. And if I do the same thing for the practice button, which actually I'll need to look down here. Okay, so the practice button is just going to be the play button plus the offset, the play button plus the offset, and the prac button R we already have. Okay. Menu. Whoops. Oh, we go up here. So then we do the same. Oh, all the way up here. So we do the same thing for this dot practice. Is it practice button? Yeah, it's actually called practice button. Practice button dot set size and pose. So we'll do. All right, we'll do play button or prac button R, and then we do play button X plus prac button offset X, and then we do play button Y plus prac offset Y. All right, so that will work for the size, but then our font is going to get screwed up once we scale this. Yep. So now our practice text shoots back to whatever it was. Oh, and we didn't animate we didn't fix we didn't fix the sizes. Or the animations. So we need to do all of this stuff. Then this dot. Okay, we've got hover anim and hover text anim. So this dot hover anim dot set reset values. So we have a start val and an end val. So the start val is always going to be the initial. This dot initial R, and then end val is going to equal this dot initial R, and then we'll do times config dot button dot hover scale. Okay. And then this dot hover text anim dot reset values. Now, what is the hover text animations initial stuff here? So initial font size. Oh, we need to update the initial font size when we do that. So we'll do this dot initial font size equals this, and then we'll do set size for the actual font to that. And then Then let's do, we got reset values, this dot initial R, this dot initial R times config button hover scale. This hover animation. Okay, so then this is simply going to be this dot initial font size, and then we do the same thing, right? Initial font size times, yes. Nice. That looks pretty good. So that works except for our override thing here. But maybe, maybe what we could do is for this window resized, maybe we could say, no, never mind, never mind. Okay. Let's all right. Let's pull this up again here. The problem is you know what the problem is? I wonder if maybe I could do this instead for the buttons. We could like calculate the scale change. Because we could do something like in our canvas wrapper here. Maybe I could calculate like the scale change in the resize event. So we could do, we could CLG scale, we could do window.inner height divided by this dot ctx dot canvas dot height. So just see what the percentage difference is And then maybe, so we could pass that number in through our properties. So we could have scale width, scale height. Let's just say, yeah, so let's have const height change scale, or we'll say width change scale. Equals this would be window dot inner width divided by this dot ctx dot canvas dot width, and we could do const height change scale equals, and then this line here. Great, get rid of that. We go down. Okay, so then when we emit the event, we could pass an object, and it would just be width. Width. Maybe we just make this width scale and height scale. Just get rid of change. No, I like change scale. It's like a longer name, but it's a little more clear. So then that's like the percentage change that we've got coming in. In fact, maybe instead of scale, let's change it to perk for percentage. So so we'll say perk. There we go. Okay. So that'll always come through in the events then. And we'll say so then instead of the menu class itself doing this, maybe we'll pass in like a parameter to the buttons, and we'll say change with window, I guess. We'll say this dot moves on window. Moves on window resize. And we'll say if params dot moves on window. Or we'll say updates on window resize. Updates on window resize. Then we're gonna say params dot updates on window resize. Let's just make this true for right now. And then we're going to need to fix this. So you can pass a parameter in, but we'll say updates on window resize. So then you can toggle on whether or not that button should update with the window. resize. And then what I think we can do is just simply have, well, basically like a little, basically what we've got going on here. So let's copy this. I'm going to comment it out. We're going to have an event listener for event on, or window resized. We're going to have the listener. And then it's not going to be, okay, so we'll have width change perk and height change perk. Okay. And we're not going to have this stuff anymore at all. Okay. And now we're just going to, we are just going to scale we could just say if this dot updates on window resize, if that's true, and then basically then all we will do is just set these to, I need to look at the menu. All right, I'm actually going to just hide that whole event there, or comment it out. Okay, so we're going to do the radii times the height, so we're just going to do that ratio. Or not the ratio, we're going to do that. So we'll do the height. Oh, we'll scale the button based on the height. That's it. So it's just going to be, initial R is just going to be times equals the height percentage. Yes. And this is the same thing. No, this isn't going to work. This isn't going to work. Preston F136, hello. Hi there, Preston F136. How's it going? Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. All right, this isn't going to work because we need to we can't just resize the thing. I need to think more about what I'm doing. Have you tried WebSockets? Yes, I have. I'm actually using WebSockets for this game right now. I'm not currently doing anything with it as the code I'm working on right now, but I'm working on a system for networking so far. Register login works, just returns EUID. Nice, nice. Cool. All right, we can't do this. This whole thing is garbage. We need to go back to this system here. What do you think the fastest would be? What are you talking about exactly there? What do you think the fastest would be? I'm not exactly sure what you're... like WebSockets versus something else? Or fastest connection server to client? Oh, okay. I mean, in terms of just the browser APIs that are available, I would say WebSockets probably is the fastest now. I could be wrong. Well, versus native. I mean, native for sure, because native you do whatever you want. You know, if you built like a native application, I mean, you don't have to deal with whatever is all built into that stack inside of the browser for. Yeah, I mean, if you do something native, you can do whatever you want. You know, you can do your own protocol, kind of, that sort of thing. I think it was a WSS server. Oh, I've worked with WebSockets before. I think it was a WSS server. Gotcha. Nice, nice. Yeah, at some point I'll be working a little more on WebSockets with my game right now. Made a neat little game. Nice. Yeah, I mean, doing WebSockets stuff is pretty simple to do, you know, so it's a lot of fun to, it's really easy to get stuff just plugged in and working. What game are you making? So this is a little simple skill-based game where you're basically trying to pop these bubbles in the order that they appear here, right? So I'd pop pink first. So you hover the mouse over it and press the space bar. You just go like that and pop bubbles. And right now I just have it, for testing, I just have it set so that you pop 8 and then the game's over. But, you know, it's showing some stats and everything here. And right now I'm just doing the single player version of the game. So I'm not doing WebSockets right now, but with any of the stuff that I'm showing you, this is all just in the browser in the client. I want my own networking thing, so I don't have to keep searching for a good one. Yeah, I kind of hear you on that. How many script files did that take? Oh, so it will be multiplayer? Yes, it's one-on-one kind of thing. So basically, this game here, whoops, you'd basically just be racing against another player, popping the same bubbles. And it's whoever can pop more in a certain amount of time. Peer-to-peer, well, you have to write your own server. There already is a server. It's this is a web browser, right? So it's using WebSockets and everything. And you can maybe see that here. This is the server logging here. So like if I refresh or something, player closed connection, player connected. So that's all doing the WebSockets communication right there. And I just have the console logging that. You asked how many script files did that take? I have you can see my files here for my game. So it just goes that many files. However many that is, I don't know. How many lines of code it is I don't have a count or anything like that on there, but and then there's server code too that's going on, but the WebSockets, I mean, for what it takes, for what you're seeing like right here, there's nothing really with WebSockets with my node server going on at all with that right now. Preston, thanks for the follow, man. I appreciate it. I closed my browser tab, my bad, LOL. Yeah, no worries, man. I guess you're just saying you closed the stream or something and you're coming back. Well, yeah, thanks again for the follow. I appreciate that. So right now I'm working on screen resizing for like in the game. So I basically have the screen resizing working now. The game like resizes based on the height of the browser. So Roiku, I like the minimalist look in this game. Thank you. Thanks, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm kind of just going minimalist because that way I don't have to like design any fancy graphics and everything. I'm just kind of going with, you know, kind of the most straightforward thing. In fact, the stats screen I think is probably my most favorite part in terms of like aesthetic. Like in terms of the layout and just like the text and everything. Or the main menu. I mean, the main menu is looking pretty good. Currently I'm working on scaling the main menu. So right now it's not because I'm kind of tweaking some things. But I'm kind of driving my head is kind of spinning like crazy. Preston F, do you know how to return data in a private function? Roiku, are you going to put little animated bubbles in the main menu? You mean just kind of like little background things, like kind of floating around or something like that? Is that what you're talking about, Roiku? Preston, do you know how to return data in a private function? You're talking about from the server to the client, I guess. Yeah, background kind of faded. Roiku, yes. I've thought about that. Kind of having like, in fact, for the whole game, I thought it would be cool to have it. Well, exactly like you're saying, having bubbles that are maybe like super faded out. Like if we go to GIMP, I was even going to try creating. I'll just show you because I hate thinking about what I'm working on right now. So I want a distraction. So Roiku, this is kind of what I was thinking. Like if we just take we just draw a circle here, you know, just plain blue in GIMP. And then maybe we do, I was thinking of generating some like real simple graphics. Like really like blurred out circles like this. Even more, in fact. Let's Control Z that, reshow. In fact, make it even more. Like mega blurry. And then I was thinking it'd be cool to have those kind of moving like just slowly. But then also like maybe responding to the mouse cursor a bit, like kind of pulling like to the opposite direction a bit of the mouse cursor. And I was thinking it'd be cool if you just had that kind of like floating around in the background. So, you know, oops. You know, so it'd be just kind of like fading in the background. Maybe also desaturate a bit. Yeah, yeah. Particles JS will do that for you. Well, Preston, my whole thing is I'm doing everything from scratch myself. So I'm trying to stay as far away from libraries as I can. But yeah, I just pulled up the Particles JS page there. But yeah, kind of like that. Pretty much, where it's like some stuff fading in the background. And then whatever else. All right, hang on here. Did I miss anything in the chat? Yeah, sorry, Preston. I didn't know what you were talking about with like a private function or whatever, returning private data or something. Whatever you said before. I wasn't exactly clear on what you were talking about. Retro, was meeting with the boss, blurry circle thing 4. Hope you had a good meeting with the boss. You weren't in trouble or anything. Royku just mentioned before in the chat about like some background stuff some like background things floating around in the background. And I was just mentioning that I kind of had this idea of maybe some, not for right now, but maybe in the future, just having like some little circles kind of like floating around in the background. Retromo, he's firing me for watching your stream too much at work. Nice. That's funny. Yeah, it was just kind of this idea of having some like little background things. Like, so you'd be on like the main menu and you'd see some kind of little background things floating around. Okay, Preston F. I have an arrow function. It takes 2 parameters. I just want to return one of them, but it just returns undefined. I have an arrow function. It takes 2 parameters, but I want to return one of them, but it just returns undefined. Is this in relationship to a server and a browser, or a server and a client at all, or Retro, not just helping him renew our SSL certs. Nice. Started getting a bunch of Slack error notifications. Gotcha. Preston F, this is just on my server. Like, is this just like a fundamental, you're just talking like this is just a JavaScript kind of thing? Or are you talking more like, this is just a JavaScript kind of question? Okay. So like you're saying you want to have, so if I have a little arrow function, so we'll just call this func, and you're saying it takes 2 parameters, right? So you got an A and a B or something. And you're saying I want it to return one of them, but it just returns undefined. So, like if you don't wrap that in another function called login. Oh. I think you're talking about like maybe a callback or an asynchronous kind of issue here. Help Zanglish. Here's one. Help Zanglish. Welcome to the chat. Good to see you again. Here's one idea for the background circle that doesn't rely on third-party libraries. Take out the green stop. Oh, nice. That's right. I forgot you can do radial gradients. Forgot about that. I remember seeing that at some point, but I completely forgot that that was in the Canvas API. Nice catch, Help Zanglish. Thanks for that. Yeah, that would kind of do it, because you could really, yeah, that'd be nice. Preston, I guess you're talking about like maybe you're talking about like an asynchronous kind of issue here, where your function, so you've got a function that takes another function, right? So it takes a callback. Oh. And well, no, maybe that's not a good. a good example? Like maybe you've got an asynchronous function. Actually, that's not a good example either. But you've got a function that takes some time, right? Like, oh, I got a good example of this. Press an F, name, login, user, find, name, blah, 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 blah. Oh. Ah, I didn't want to do that. I don't know if it'll mess up my white space, and it does. Great. No worries, no worries. I'm guessing what, I mean, I'm looking just very briefly at what you've got. And I mean, we've got some other guys in the chat that probably know exactly what I'm talking about here, or what you're looking for. So I think you've got like an asynchronous function, a function that's taking some time. And a good example of this would be like if you have a set interval function here. So like, let's say we had a function. I'm going to try to do this just really function wait. We're going to call this function wait. And then wait is going to do a set interval, or set timeout actually. And then we'll have a callback that'll just say console.clg done. And then this timeout will go for 1 second. I keep saving. I don't want to save. And I think what you're saying, like you're yeah, you can't return the outer scope from within the callback. This is why promises async await are much nicer to work with than callbacks. Oh. Okay. Is that maybe more of what? But I want a way to do it. Not sure Mongoose supports those. All right, I'm gonna copy your code here and just see if I can clean it up a little bit. Clean up the. All right, so you've got a const login equals this. So let's clean it up. So you've got. Okay, so this is like a callback that goes into the find. And then you've got this else. Return data here. I would, okay, so Mongoose, you're using Mongoose, I guess, which I believe is like a MongoDB kind of thing, right? If you're using MongoDB, the MongoDB API, I've used the MongoDB driver in Node.js before natively. Well, the driver, whatever. Mongoose, I guess, is an ORM or something for MongoDB. I don't know. MongoDB is already really easy to use. I don't know why there's things that wrap around that. But, okay, so let's... Yeah, so I know what you're saying now that I'm looking at this. So like MongoDB gives you the ability to, I believe it returns promises when you do find. So find will return a promise. So you can do async await. So you can await this, and then I forget the syntax now because I don't do this very often. But you could do const collection documents or whatever equals await user.find. You can't just return await if it does in fact return a promise. Let me pull up. I'm pulling up some code that I can't really show on screen, but yeah, so looking at, I'm using MongoDB methods, driver methods, and doing this exact thing. Or I'm using something where I'm doing collection. I have a Mongo const collection equals blah blah blah, some collection, right? And then I'm doing call.aggregate or call.find, and then I'm awaiting that. So the Mongo driver thing. So you want to look at your API for Mongoose, I guess, whatever's doing this, and see if this is returning a promise, because then you can just do an await, and then it'll get you exactly like what you're saying. I don't know if that makes sense. Retro MMO, if it does in fact return a promise, you can just do return await. Oh, I totally read whatever you when I read whatever you said before, Retro, I totally read it wrong. Yeah, so then you could just return the data like this. Yeah, you would just return await. And yeah, the blah blah blah, that I was just using that as an example to say I was doing that exact thing with some MongoDB data. So return await, there you go. Because await is just like the nice little fancy thing, fancy syntax for wrapping around promises. If that makes sense, Preston. So you gotta look at Mongoose's API, I guess, for here's your collection, here's your find method, and just make sure that Mongoose is actually returning a promise there. And in most cases, like some APIs, and I believe Mongo is one of them, like you can pass a callback optionally, and if you pass a callback, then it'll use the callback. But otherwise, if you like don't pass a callback, then it'll just do that. And like in that case, then you'd want to do like get your data, do your password check, and then return, right? Because you're doing that in the callback, obviously. But you know, then you would just wait till you'd get your data, do your thing, return your token or session or whatever. Something like that. If that makes sense. I don't know. Okay. So I don't even remember what we were doing, but it's nice to have these distractions because whatever I'm doing right now is ridiculous. Getting a little chilly, popping the fleece on. All right, so Retro, we were talking about blurry circles before, I think, and blurry circles was a distraction. So we're like in a nested distraction loop here. Oh, actually, you know what? Not even that. We're in like some callback. We're in callback hell. Like, yeah, exactly. You can't return data from nested distraction. I have no idea where I was before. Wow. 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 All right. Yeah, we were talking about blurry circles. That's going to be kind of like a little more down the road. We'll get to that. But Help Zenglish came in clutch with that, the radial blur thing, or the radial gradient thing with Canvas, because I completely forgot about that. Because now I could just do that all natively here without having to export out some images. Yeah, so we'll, that would be a fun thing to stream because it would just be pretty straightforward and easy to implement and everything. What I'm doing right now is not fun to stream. So all right. Okay, yeah, I've just had that really disappointing thing before. This is where we were back before. I had the really just disappointing experience where I spent a bunch of time just trying to get each button's event handler set up to do its resizing. But then I realized that doesn't work because the sizes and it doesn't know about the sizes and positions of everything are relative. It's like our main menu, like this button is very dependent upon the position of this button and everything. So like each button can't be responsible for its resizing within the world. It just won't work. So it has to be done in our menu object, which is keeping track of these two buttons together. So I'm glad I didn't delete that code and I just commented it out. Because now, okay, what works and what doesn't? Okay, everything works except the practice button text because that's overridden. I have that overridden. So let's go back to the button file here and get rid of this dumb little property. We don't want that. We want this. Okay, so the problem is I like the way, so the size of the text is scaled based upon the radius of the button. So there's like a little multiplier that says how big, what font size we should use depending on the radius of the button. And I like that for the most of the time. And it works for the play button. But if you do that, if you do that for this practice button, it looks like this. Like the word practice is just too long for the button. And I don't like it. So I set it up so that I could calculate the font size separately and pass it in separately. Like override this automatic font size generation based upon the radius of the button. So we like override that. But then, well, okay, so it looks like this, which I think looks funky. Like the word just looks too big for the size of the circle. So I override it, which is what we see right here. And then when I, and that's great. But when I resize the window, it switches up to this automatic resizing. So I need to like provide I need to like have a property in the button that says the font is overridden. Like true false kind of thing. This dot font size overridden. Is that how you spell overridden? I never remember. Zenglish. You can clamp font size with pure CSS. I'm not actually using CSS at all here. This is like all just happening in my own like engine code here. So I'm very far from any text and stuff now. This is actually not an HTML button at all. This is a circle that's drawn on canvas with like the resizing and everything is all happening in my engine code. So yes, so that would be nice to have. And I was using some HTML buttons, and I was thinking about doing Ecton Dev, very cool. Thanks, Ecton Dev. Hey, thanks for the follow, by the way. I saw you followed me the other day. I think Retro pointed you over my way. So thanks for the follow, man. Appreciate it. Tutor22 Turs Toe 2 has followed. Thanks for the follow, Tut. Close enough. Tutor22 Turs 22. Tutors 22. Tutor 2 Tutors 22. That's it. The word tutor, then the word 2 for the number 2, then tutors, like farting, farters, 2, T-O, T-O-O, 2. I got it. I don't even think I can abbreviate that name. I just got to say it full every time. Tutors 22, tutors 22. Press an F. Finally. I assume that means you got it. Nice. You got it to work. So was it an async await? You use the wait thing? Ecton Dev, I'm betting that you've gotten so many people to say your name out loud. I know I just did. Yeah. Tutors. Tutor 2. Tutors 22. It's the highlight of my day. Got it. Press an F. Use await and callbacks. Okay, nice. By using, yeah, I got you. By using await and callbacks. Nice, nice. Yeah, once you, promises and stuff, once you start really diving into that, well, the async stuff kind of boggles your mind, and then you realize, oh, like JavaScript promises and stuff, that starts to make it a little more manageable. Did I miss any? Press an F. Thanks for the help. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, and yeah, thanks to Retro and chat for posting some stuff too. Did I miss any chats here? You guys are popping a bunch of stuff all at once here. Ecton Dev said some stuff. I think we got that. Retro said some stuff. Blah, blah, blah. Yes, yes. Okay, cool. So, yeah, so I'm thinking I could, we got to get this font to stay at like this size, right? As soon as we resize the window, all hell breaks loose, and this snaps back to the default behavior that we don't want. So I'm thinking like I can have a Boolean here in my button class. Font size overridden to like say, I'm overriding the font size. And all we need to do is just check if the font size is passed in through the params. Or wait, we need to convert this to a Boolean. So that, what do we do? That, then true, else false. Little ternary action there. Oh, no. We don't have to do we can do the double bang. The double bang. We don't need to do ternary. We can do the double bang. That will convert this will convert it to its strict Boolean. Because we're taking, okay, so font size is a number, or it's undefined. And then we take not that, and then we do not that. We're like taking whatever this is, we're spitting out a true or a false, an explicit like Boolean value, which is what I want. Retro MMO, this doesn't account for 0. Not that you would have a font size 0. That's a good point. Yeah, that's a good point. And our little ternary thing basically does the same thing. Yeah, let me think about that for a second. Press an F. Now what do I do? Oh, yeah, sockets. Nice. Yeah, get back in there doing your WebSockets stuff. Acting dev, I like negative font sizes for when I'm feeling imaginary. Yeah. When you do negative font sizes, then it just flips your text upside down, right? Sorry, that was probably a bad joke. That was like a real nerdy joke. And I mean, I'm all for one. Never mind. I made that callback joke before too. Retro, I mean, the solution is fine. I'm being nitpicky. Retro, I probably do params.font size is not equal undefined though. Yeah, I think you're right. Retro, I'm gonna call, because then I can for sure. I'm gonna steal your idea. Not equal undefined, then true else false. We'll go back to the old terns, the old ternary. Did I do that right now? If it's not undefined, then return true, else false. Yes. Okay. Acting dev. Actually, I wonder what my engine does with negative font sizes. LOL. It's always worth a try, I guess. I mean, in my case, it's converting the font size to the string. It would convert it literally to like the string that looks like, you know, this format, like 30 pix Arial. So it would just come out as like negative 30 pix Arial. So then it would be taking that to, you know, passing that to Canvas. Acting dev, I'm expecting a panic from the TTF library. I gotcha. Yeah, that's what mine does too. Just embeds the number in that string. Gotcha. Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm just doing the Canvas context dot. Well, that was dumb, but I'm just doing like fill text. Is that the method? I don't even know what the method is. Fill text, and then it's doing font size. Blah 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 blah. You know, whatever. It's doing that Canvas method. So I have a font class. So I can like animate font sizes as numbers, and then it will convert those to the string that then the browser actually uses. But acting dev, my prediction was right, but the error message is funny. Glyph too large. Nice. It's like overflowing or something. Maybe. Acting dev, you're working on a game yourself. Whoops. Screwing up my OBS here. Okay, so we're keeping track. We've got our font size overridden Boolean now. And we need, the problem is I don't know, how do we know? I just thought of something. Acting dev, yeah, slowly but surely. Well, nice. It's awesome. Press an F. I'll use Socket.io because why not? I think some other people are using Socket.io maybe in the chat. So I'm using the WS package, no npm package for the server. And then I'm just using native WebSocket thing in the browser for the client. I don't know if that's a good thing or not, but I'm going to hit the bathroom real quick. So nobody go anywhere. Don't worry. All right. I'm back. Dev, did you already tell me about your game? Now I try not to talk about it in other people's chats. No worries, Acton. RGLA sockets IO is for rookies. What's going on, RGLA? What else we got here in the chat? Fight me, LOL, especially on my first visit. I never wear out my welcome. You're always welcome here, Acton Dev. Yeah, you said it, RGLA. RGLA. Socket.io is good. I'm just playing WebSockets on it too. Nice. What about the Smitty built RGLA? Remember that contest way back in the day when you won? Everybody voted for you and you won? All right, sorry. RGLA is my friend in real life, and I'm just bringing up some inside jokes with him. Acton Dev, I'm doing everything with WebSockets. When it's all working, it's great. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, Acton, what kind of... Let's wear out your welcome. Nice. No, Acton, it's fine. I like to know what other people are working on, you know? Especially when I'm trying to avoid what I'm working on my own game right now. And I'm trying to procrastinate. All right. Font size overridden. Now, that's all fine and dandy here that we've got this Boolean. But we actually need to like pass in a we need to actually pass in a font size. Actually, where am I getting that font size from? That's a good question. It's got to be in our config file over here somehow. Acton Dev, I'm attempting to make a story-based MMO with a bit of inspiration from roguelites, where the story and the world reset periodically, sort of inspired by the basis of Wheel of Time. Gotcha. Nice. But I'm punishing myself by doing it in Rust, which is a wonderful language, but the ecosystem for game dev is very young. Gotcha. And by Rust, are you talking about like you're doing the client, like it's a native client in Rust too, or is it you're talking about just the server is in Rust? I got a question. I got a question for you guys, maybe that maybe have a little more experience with this than I do. Client and server both in Rust, even the web app in Rust. Gotcha. Nice. And it's like you have a native desktop, so that's kind of where you're running into issues. Like you're doing like a native, you're doing like native drawing to a screen for desktop, or you're just talking about like the browser. Like you say web app in Rust, so yeah, that's like what I'm saying. I don't know what I'm saying. Yeah, web app in Rust. Are you? I guess you're talking like server side rendering kind of stuff. Rust side. I got a question for you guys that if you might know. So right now, I have my config.js file that basically is just like my, well, I've got a bunch of different things in here. Acting dev. I'm drawing the screen on desktop using a library that interfaces with Vulkan Metal DX12. Nice, very cool. The web app is just for account management. Web app is in WebAssembly. Oh, okay. I gotcha. Nice. So I was going to ask you guys, like I have a lot of like all my magic numbers in this config.js file, which is just, that's a class and it's just got properties, right? So it's a singleton object that I end up exporting. But I'm thinking I'm going to need, I don't have any minification process going on right now. I'm not doing Babel. I'm not doing anything like that. That's, the code I'm writing is going directly to the browser. But I will be minifying it. But right now, like all these magic number things are put into variables, right, in this file, and then they get imported as they're needed, right? But I'm thinking as part of the minification process, I actually want to kind of like undo this nice, separation of like, I feel like I actually want to put the magic numbers back in their place. Is that something that anybody has done anything with before? If you guys are following me. It's like I'm using this stat screen canvas width ratio, right? So I'm importing this number into my file. But I think as part of my minification process that's going to get sent back to the client, I don't want to use that variable anymore. I think I want to just dump that 0.8 back into the file. Retro, sorry I had earbuds out for like 5 minutes. No worries, man. I'm just asking this if you guys have heard anything like what I'm explaining. Oh, yeah, sorry. I'll reword it. Because, yeah, I'd be curious as to what you're doing, Retro, for this kind of thing, or if you're even doing anything. So I was saying I don't have any minification process right now of the JavaScript, right? And I'm not using Babel or anything, right? So the code I'm writing for the client is the code that is going to the client right now. And I will eventually have some minification. Hang on a second. Okay. Okay. I don't know how to do that exactly. I'd ask the reason why you're trying is. I'm not sure what the benefit it'd give. Well, yeah, you might be right, Acton. And maybe I just needed to hear that. Yeah, and for retro, for Evan, I'll say I was just trying to like undo my like configuration files here with all my magic numbers and like put these magic numbers back into their places that they're referenced, right? So like my stat screen is referencing this variable, right? But maybe I want the 0.8 to actually end up back in the JS file. But yeah, well, I guess the reason why I was thinking of having something like that is because there might be like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, maybe I won't. Maybe I won't end up doing anything like that. Anyway. Anyway, what are we even working on right now? Well, we just added our little Boolean that says whether or not the button is has its font overriding, right? So, Ecton Dev, I'm not a JavaScript expert, but my understanding is that most of the JavaScript JIT compilers will recognize it as a direct reference to that constant, so there shouldn't be a performance impact of inlining it other than just need to parse the file itself. Yeah, I mean, well, that was kind of and I'm thinking like the minification thing, the minifier is going to just, undo all the imports and all of that stuff anyway. Yeah. Yeah, and like you're saying, I feel like I would need to maybe have a little more knowledge of the JavaScript compilers I'd have to have a little more knowledge of V8 to figure out how to really dial that kind of stuff in performance-wise, but anyway. I feel like I had another reason for why I wanted to do that, but now I'm not so sure. I mean, there are some variables that get calculated, like if I was doing this in C, these would be macros or something, so these wouldn't be happening at runtime. And I'm thinking maybe I will have more of those, so that's kind of what I thought. Like, I almost want to have like a macro-based system for JavaScript where I can like calculate some, just for like ease of development use, I can have some macros that get run at compile time or minification time, and then those get just set down to single constant values in the JS files. That's, I think, where I was kind of trying to go with that, but I could figure it out. If you'd run it through like Babel or Transpiler, might do the inlining for you. Yeah, probably. Yes, so what we are what we're doing right now is we're trying to fix this little issue. Let's see if I can. I'm going to see if I can get my head back on track here. So we're getting our window scaling working with our menu system, right? And when you do it like this, that looks great, right? Aside from the jitteriness of Chrome window when you resize the window, which I've already ranted about multiple times and how unsmooth it looks. Aside from that, it looks great. The problem is that I have this little fancy thing where I want the text for the practice to actually be this size, but when we resize the window, it snaps up to this like default calculated size, where the font size, the font size of the text, I'm spitting, is based upon the radius of the button. And that's like the default behavior of the button, but I don't like the way it looks. So I added in this way to override that. And the thing is now, the thing is I'm not handling that overriding text when we resize the window. So that's a problem. So our text just snaps up as soon as we fire one of our window resize events. So, therefore, we need to somehow be passing in the unit size of the text. Well, I don't know if we have the unit size in our config file, but we have the menu. So I think I have a practice button font ratio. Yeah. So I have that ratio of which we want to scale our I just thought of something here. So our menu object itself, which encapsulates, bumping the mic, sorry about that, which encapsulates these button objects, right? Kind of manages. It's the thing that's setting their size in relationship to one another. Our menu object is the thing that's listening to the window resizing event. And then it is then passing down the correct properties for these buttons. These buttons rely upon one another, but the buttons themselves are not aware of one another. So what I'm thinking we can do is in our window resized event listener for the menu object, well, we have a set size and position method on our buttons. And what we could do is just simply add an extra parameter here that would be like an optional font size, and then I'll just do this equals null. I mean, I could just we'll do this, and then we'll define it or not. Yeah, actually that would be better. So we can optionally pass in a font size to this method on the button. So we would do this if we override the font. And actually, I'm going to get rid of this Boolean I created because now I'm realizing I don't even need it doing it the way I'm doing this now. So we have if our font size comes in, we're going to do a check. Yeah, because okay, that'll be it. Because here is where we're snapping our font size to this font size ratio times the radius, right? So we're kind of slaving the font size to the radius of the button. And that's this little calculation right here. But basically, if we have a font size come in, then we just want to use that font size. Otherwise, we want to calculate this thing. And I believe that's all we need to do. So what we can do is just simply calculate the font size for the practice button right here. And that's going to be config.menu. Why does VS Code always go down to the bottom there? Config.menu. Practice button font ratio times, and this is times the height of our window. Canvas wrapper dot ctx.canvas dot height. I think I just fixed it. We're about to find out. So when we resize, this practice text should not, this practice label on the button should not change its size instantly. Nice. There we go. So we've got our perfect scaling. I say perfect like that means something. All right. So we're looking pretty good there. And I think that's all we want to do with the resizing now. I think we are done with our resizing. Because the in-game, this is all done. This is all resizing properly. This is not supposed to resize, so that's fine. And the stat screen, I'm gonna omit resizing that for now, just because that's not really that big a deal. And this kind of resizes itself anyway every time based upon the, so like it's not changing sizes right now. But if we do okay. Nice, nice. I think we're done with the resizing. Ecton Dev, very nice. Thank you. Whoa, Ecton Dev just subscribed. Thank you, Ecton Dev. I appreciate that very much. I really do. So thank you. Thank you for that. Retro MMO sub hype. Yeah, that's awesome. I really do appreciate it, Ecton. Thank you. I have a soft spot for people who write their own engines. Well, thank you very much, Ecton. As do I. As do I. Retro MMO, don't even speak to me if you don't have a first badge next to your name. Nice. What does the first even mean? Founder, 1 month subscriber? Founder, 1 month subscriber. First founder. Yeah, what does the first even mean? Is that just first 10 subs get it? Oh, cool. Gotcha. Nice. I like that. Ecton Dev. Yeah, I do. Maybe I have to reload the page. I love grabbing first badges. Oh, gotcha. Nice. So a year from now, when you have like 100 subs, everybody will know me and Ecton are cooler. Oh, yeah, because it would persist. Then you just always would have the founder badge. I gotcha. 100 subs. I don't know about that. I've been collecting them in a few channels. I love it. LOL. Nice. Yeah, it's a little notoriety, I guess. If you have a bunch of firsts around in the dev streaming community. Twitch sure knows how to motivate people like me. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. There's all these little like gimmicky things, to get you to do stuff. I still have to like research all the different little Twitch things there are, just so I kind of understand everything that can happen. So I think we're done with our window resizing. Like I was saying, I'm not going to worry about resizing the stat screen right now, because for our initial public release of the game. Like I just want to get the public release out. Nobody's going to care if the stat screen resizes or not. I'm going to wait to do this to when I kind of do the whole like more nice positional unit scale refactor. That's going to be my plan for some point in the future after I just do an initial release. We get a pre-alpha build going. Then I'll worry about tweaking this other stuff. But we've got this working. That's good. We've got our main menu working now. That's good. So, and the little countdown thing here, this does not scale to the window or either. But you'd have to like scale the window in like that little quick 2 seconds. Oops. And our console is disappearing now. There we go. That's some Chrome issue there with the console like disappearing after you change the window. Yeah, now it's like gone. Now that I don't know if that's a bug or not, but anyway, now we are getting back to our on-demand bubble generation. That's what it's called. If I look at my webcam, it looks blurry. I feel like it's having trouble focusing. Dev, I'm sure you'll have someone send you a bug report about it someday. Yeah, right. Well, that's what I'm trying to do right now. I'm trying to just get some stuff that's like, if there's like obvious quality of life things, like I'm trying to take care of it right now before. Because nobody reads, I want people to be able to come watch me while I'm streaming and, try the game out, right? Like, oh, what's this stupid game you're working on? Oh, try it out. Here's the link. And then, people can just try it, and I want it to just work. Like, I don't want there to be like any weird hoops, or I don't want there to be any weird behaviors. Like, obviously there's still like the pre-alpha, the pre-alpha-ness of it, but I don't want there to be like just really bad things that happen that would kind of turn somebody off to it, if you know what I mean. Like, because even if something is pre-alpha, you still kind of like get turned off by things that don't work. So that's why I'm kind of like, I'd like to at least have somewhat of a polished turd for people to try. Dev, it's looking good. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate it. So hopefully I can make that sub worth it and have some actual good stuff coming. But anyway, let's see here. So I think now that I have this resizing working, I think we can jump back into our on-demand bubble generation. Now, what was the on-demand bubble generation? Well, I want the game to now be based upon how many bubbles can you pop in X amount of time, right? So we've got our timer here working. I believe it's running for 20 seconds. Maybe we can change it to 30 because that's what I think the initial thing should be here. So, yeah, we're at 20 seconds. Let's change that to 30. So right now, I want the game to kind of be, how many bubbles can you pop in X seconds, in 30 seconds? Dev, I like hanging out with other devs while I'm working on my own code. I usually don't chat this much, usually just coding and semi-paying attention. Yeah, I got you for sure, for sure. Yeah, and it's nice hanging out in other dev streams. It kind of gives you inspiration, you know, working on your own stuff. I've found. So that inspiration always helps, especially when you're building your own engine. So I want the gameplay to be based upon how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds. 30 seconds as a placeholder, right? Because right now it's based upon just a number. Like I actually pre-compute a certain amount of bubbles, and then the game ends when you pop those certain amount of bubbles. Or it optionally ends when the timer expires, right? So our 30-second timer expired there. And that's, if you notice, that's 33.5 seconds instead of 30 seconds. So that's also something I need to potentially figure out how to circumvent. So what that means, right now we're just bulk, whatever I have this bubble count variable here, and whatever number this is, the game generates that many bubbles when you start the game, right? So I just have 10 plugged in here. So it will generate 10 bubbles, and obviously we only see 4 initially. We only see however many bubbles we should have at the checkpoint as a checkpoint. So we have a checkpoint interval of 4. So we only see 4 bubbles. And we have to pop 4 bubbles before we get to the next checkpoint. But basically, the game generates these 10 bubbles total, and that's it. And we don't want that. We want to have like, or if I plugged in 100 there, it would generate 100 bubbles in one thing, and that would be it. But we want it to generate bubbles on demand as you're playing. So like somebody who is maybe a little slower at the game, it would only generate so many bubbles in that 30-second window. But somebody who's, you know, faster might need to pop twice as many bubbles in 30 seconds, or might be able to pop twice as many bubbles in 30 seconds as that slower player, right? So I want that bubble generation to be happening on the fly as the player's playing, rather than once at the beginning and then that's it. So I started to work on that yesterday, at the beginning of yesterday, but then I realized, okay, I should probably do the resizing, screen resizing first. Okay. So I think with having our screen resizing set up, I think we should be in a pretty good place now to do our bubble generation on the fly. At least maybe. So let's look at, we need to look at our marathon code here. Well, we've got 2 things. Stomach's making some noise here. Guess I'm getting hungry. I had soup for lunch. Isn't that enough? Isn't that enough for lunch? Why am I getting hungry? I had lunch like 4 hours ago. Not even 4 hours ago. All right, we don't need that open. Marathon creator. Yeah, let's open that over here. Okay. So I was looking a bit at the code for generating bubbles. Where is that? Where are we? Here we are. So we've got a loop somewhere right here. And currently, yeah, I've got generate. Well, now what I added at the beginning of yesterday was I think we're going to generate the first 2 checkpoints of bubbles first. And then once the player makes it to the next checkpoint, then we generate another checkpoint's worth of bubbles. I think is what we'd want. Ecton Dev, some soups just don't seem to stick with me very long. I gotcha. Yeah, I think it's like the liquidy nature of soup, you know. It's just, I mean, it was a can of Campbell's Chunky. Full disclosure, I had a can of Campbell's Chunky soup, which is pretty hearty if you ask me for soup. You know, this wasn't chicken noodle. That was been, you know, 98% broth. It was like a, you know, a good thick soup. But yet, tummy's still a rumbling, I guess. So I set up our marathon creator. So that's our game mode creator. And I call the game mode the marathon because I named it marathon to differentiate from my other game mode, which is now being deprecated. So I still keep the name marathon around for the time being. I will eventually get rid of that. And then it'll just be like match creator or game creator or something once I think of a better name. Ecton Dev, you know, hearing someone say Campbell's Chunky doesn't sound as appetizing as I think Campbell's wanted it to be. Yeah, you got a point there. You got a point there for sure. That's funny. So, yeah, so right now, what this line, we had bubble count before. What that used to be was the bubble count right out of our config file here. This number, right? So we're kind of ignoring that number now. Now we're just generating 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. So we're taking that checkpoint interval, which is 4, and we're doing times 2, so we're getting 8. So we're just getting 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. And then I think that's good to start. I need to pull up my little fancy helper text file here. Where are we? Here we go. So we're generating like 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles, right? So we're generating bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 right off the bat. And I think like once we pop, so as you pop bubble 0, 1, 2, and then 3, once you pop bubble 3, you go to the next checkpoint. So these bubbles go away. We don't need them anymore because you're at a new checkpoint. So if you mess up, you only go back to, back to whatever the current checkpoint you're on, right? So these bubbles will get generated right out of the gate. And then I think as soon as you go to the next checkpoint, so as soon as we pop 3, we go to checkpoint 1, we're on bubble 4. I think at that point in time, then we on demand generate this checkpoint's bubbles. And, you know, it doesn't even have to, it could even be single bubble. It could be even individual bubbles that we generate. Like it wouldn't even have to be a checkpoint's worth. Because at the end of the day, the checkpoint really has nothing to do with it. The checkpoint is just like where the point to which you go back if you messed up. So we could even just have it be like singular bubbles generated as you play. Because the way it happens is right out of the gate, you just see you see all the bubbles in the checkpoint, right? So for a given checkpoint interval of 4, where every 4th bubble, you're on a new checkpoint. Stomach's making more noise. Sorry. I'm not actually apologizing. I'm just saying sorry, I guess. Maybe I am apologizing. I don't know. You guys don't want to hear my stomach making noises, right? So we always show the number of bubbles in that whole checkpoint. So we have a checkpoint interval of 4. So we see 4 bubbles, right? And we generate the 4 and we show them all right away. Retro MMO, I don't think it comes across in the stream, or very quiet. Acton, I thought it was my dog growling. Kidding, I couldn't hear a thing. Gotcha. I never know because I got my compressor filter on in Streamlabs, so I know that was making my crunching like really loud when I was eating pretzels the other day. So, you know, I don't know what's showing, and I don't have my headphones on or anything. So, Kamba2 is now following. Kamba, thanks for the follow. I really appreciate that. And thanks for hanging out. Hope you're having a good day. So, help Zanglish. Pretzels go great with a burger and peanuts. You were saying that the other day in Weemy's stream that's what you were eating. I'm sorry, that's funny because I just remember you saying that in his stream. That's funny. And you said you were eating a burger with just ranch, with Hidden Valley Ranch, and something else on it. Au jus. I just creeped you out, Help Zanglish, didn't I? It's weird that I remember that. It was a unique lunch, exactly. I was just going to say, that's a unique thing. I don't forget that too often. I've never even thought about putting just ranch on a burger. So, I'll have to try it sometime, to be honest. I'm a big burger fan. I like trying burgers at, you know. I'm from America. What can I say? That's what we do here. So what I was saying here was we're generating 4 bubbles. We're generating the amount of bubbles that we have in our checkpoint interval, right? So we have to pop 4 bubbles before going to the next checkpoint. So we'd have to pop all these bubbles to go up to the next checkpoint, right? Isn't that what I just said? But the thing is, as you pop bubbles, the next bubble of the first bubble of the next checkpoint appears, right? So this is bubble 4 according to our chart. Let me just refresh this here. So as I pop bubble 0, bubble 4 will appear, will instantiate itself. So as I pop that, that's bubble 4. As I pop that, bubble 5 just appeared, right? And the whole reasoning behind that is so that if you mess up, I go back to bubble 0, but bubbles 4 and 5 are still showing on screen. So now I'm seeing 6 bubbles on screen. And it just kind of makes things more annoying for the player now that they've got 6 bubbles on screen, right? It's more of just a little punishment for if you make a mistake, right? So the way that works is fine. And that also means these bubbles, when they generate, they can't overlap. So I don't want to explain that again. I explained that all yesterday morning. But it's not that important. I mean, it's important, but basically there's a certain amount. All of these bubbles can't overlap within, so if I have 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles, this many bubbles can't overlap. Oh, sorry. No, actually, isn't it this? Yeah, this. Yeah. So all 7 of these bubbles here can't overlap with one another. And the same goes for like the same goes for like this checkpoint and on, right? Those bubbles can't overlap. These bubbles can't overlap. So, and by overlap, I'm literally talking about their positions in space in the game here, right? They can't be overlapping one another. So you'll notice like these ones are all popping up so that when we go back, there's no chance of overlap. And now we're on a new checkpoint. We made it to the next checkpoint. So if I crash or mess up, nothing really happens. So I'm actually thinking maybe we could either be generating one bubble at a time. So kind of like this. If I play, let's start that over again. So we start a game. If I pop this bubble appeared from the next checkpoint. And maybe that bubble could be generated on demand. So maybe we just generate the first initial checkpoint. Maybe we just generate one checkpoint. And then from that point on, just on demand generate each additional bubble. I think that maybe makes sense to do. And I already know, where the bubbles are getting generated. Okay. Or sorry, not where they're getting generated. But when we're initializing... Oh, that's down. Where is that? Init next bubble. Okay, I guess that's where it is. So if, yeah, this is kind of, it's kind of in my way there. So we're initializing the next bubble when we need it. So maybe what we could do is not only, well, obviously we need to do the initialization here, but maybe we generate the next bubble here. Because I've already kind of set up this little if statement here to kind of do the check to make sure that we do indeed need to initialize the next bubble. But maybe we just straight up generate the bubble there. Yeah, and we're like leapfrogging here. So we're taking that target bubble ID plus the checkpoint interval, right? And that's exactly what we're seeing, what we have here, where you pop bubble 0, bubble 4 appears. Like bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3 are already there on screen. But as you pop 0, bubble 4 gets initialized. You pop bubble 1, bubble 5 gets initialized. You pop bubble 2, bubble 6 gets initialized. You pop bubble 3, you go to the next checkpoint, and bubble 7 gets initialized, right? Well, I should say bubble 7 gets initialized, and you're on the next checkpoint. These bubbles go away. So maybe we could just do that bubble generation on demand there. At that point, we can just do single bubbles. I think that makes sense to do. Now, we've got the where, the code, but now we need to look at exactly the what code do we need to run? Or how exactly do we need to do this? So I'm thinking maybe what we could do is move, oh, and we already actually started to do a little bit of this. Bubble max distance picks. This is a variable I'm thinking we could move somewhere else. I don't like the idea of moving it up into our like canvas wrapper object. But I think that kind of makes sense to do. Yeah, so let's do that. I'm gonna get rid of this commented out stuff now because I know we really don't use that anymore. Where are we using rand int? Just up here. Yes, okay. Okay. So we want, I'm going to need to lift this variable up. Out of this file. Like it can't get calculated in here. And we've generated the first two checkpoints of bubbles. So this loop could maybe stay here. But then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just have a, like, I want to have like a single method that I can call that'll just be generate a bubble within this context, right? Because I can't just say generate a bubble without any sort of context. There needs to be, because like if I'm going to generate bubble, so let's say we generate 0, 1, 2, 3 right away. Let's say we need to generate bubble 4. Well, bubble 4 can be on screen with bubble 0, 1, 2, 3. So it can't overlap with 0, 1, 2, 3. So it obviously needs to know the past bubbles that it has so far. And it needs, it'll need some other information. So I should have a function. Yeesh. Why is there so much? Yeah, let's just do another dumb static create bubble. And we're going to need to pass in a few things. We're going to need to pass in the bubbles array. And what else? I don't even know. Let's just start by copying and pasting the code down into that, and then I'm going to kind of look at what I need. All right, so okay, so this loop, okay, so we need to copy like whatever's inside of this loop. Okay, that loop's not so bad. And then wherever we're using I is going to need to change. We're using I. Okay, so I is going to need to come in here, which will be ID. I believe. All right, so let's just copy this logic down. Okay, so we've got it in our for loop there. Let's go down here. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. All the way down here. Okay. So we're going to copy paste. So we've got a new static method here. Oh, all of this is off. There we go. Hang on, give me 1 second here. I'll be back. We'll be right back. All right, we're back. Actin Dev, welcome back. Thank you. Appreciate it. It's good to be back. And I completely forgot what I was doing before I left. Oh, right. Okay, so we've got now a create bubble method. And we're going to need to, let's see. Bubbles max dist pix. I think this is the only variable that I need to lift up out of here. Yes. Radius units, what is that? Okay, we're calculating that. That. Cool. Last bubble ID to check. Yes. Bubble max dist pix. That's the only one we need to lift out of here. And I think, so I'm going to take care of that right now. I'm going to put it up in our canvas wrapper now. Okay, I really shouldn't be dealing with like 3 windows here anymore. I don't really need that. Let's just move these over and out. So I just have 2 windows now, or 2 split screens here. Okay, so yes. So let's see. This variable needs to calculate on resize of the screen. That's important. Okay. Okay, so where... wait a minute. Wait a minute. This dot update sizes. Oh, that's right. That's right. Okay. So we're going to have bubble max dist pix be a thing here. And then pixels per unit is going to equal this. All right. I'm just lifting some variable up here, a variable up, so I've got it in a much larger scope. Okay, now this does not need to be that, just that. There we go. Right, yep. Brilliant. Okay. So now that we've got that up there, we don't need it calculated in line. We just do canvas wrapper dot sizes dot that. Okay. So we can get rid of this line. I'm trusting myself. Actually, I'm not trusting myself. Let's just comment out that line before I delete it. And okay, so we need to, let's just comment out everything that's in our for loop for right now, because we've now moved that down. So now let's do marathon creator dot create bubble, and then we're going to pass in the bubbles array. We're going to pass in I as the ID. And is there anything else that we need from the outside world, or does that give us all of our context? Well, there's some other things from the outside world that this thing needs to know, but it already has access to them. I'm pretty sure that's it. Oh, rand int. I guess I can just take, instead of the destructured version of that, just helper.randint. Where are we using that? Randint. Let's just find and replace. Randint. Beautiful. Okay. That's good. Let's just try it. We got to just try this and see if this works. Yeah, all the variables. Oh, no. Oh, we've got an I there, but that's a different I. We have an I that's outside. Here we can just say this is ID. Do we have any other I's in here? I'm just eyeballing it. Eyeballing the I's here. All right, so we'll call this ID. ID minus ID mod, that, blah, blah, blah. And then this I is for this loop, yes. And then that ID is the ID. Brilliant. All right, so let's see if that does it for us then. So, yeah, this can get commented out, I guess. Oh. We need to do bubbles.push. Marathon creator.create bubble. That would help. Right? Because at the end we do bubbles.push, new marathon bubble, all the stuff. All right. All right, we're going to see if I successfully moved this code out to its own function. We're going to see if everything works as it should. 2, 1, error. Okay. Play area is not defined. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Okay, so when we do... Now, I did move that variable out already, so we should just be able to start referencing that new position. Pixels per unit. Oh, yeah, we were going to just do... Actually... Yeah, actually, we're going to get rid of, stop using play area and just use canvas wrapper dot half width, canvas wrapper dot half width, canvas wrapper dot half height. Okay. Try it now. Nope. Cannot read property X of undefined, marathon creator. $275, line 275. Oh. Yes, that was dumb. Okay, not that. We don't do that. There we go. That's all we needed to do. All right, so now... Still some errors. Cannot read property pose of undefined. Marathon creator 281. 281. What do we have? Pose. Something dot pose. Bubbles I dot pose. Oh. Oh boy. Okay. We're doing this by reference. We're not returning. Okay. Okay, so we're doing this by reference, or we're taking in that array and appending it in this function. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Bubble max dist pix is not defined. I thought I... Oh, maybe I didn't actually start using it. Yeah, I didn't. Okay. Canvas wrapper dot sizes dot bubble max dist pix. There we go. All right, eighth time's the charm. There we go. We got something. Look at that. And we're playing, and stuff's just working. Okay, so we've successfully moved. We've successfully moved that bubble generation code out to its own function. Now we can call that function on demand as we play. Yeah, so let's try it. Let's try it. So we initially just generate, actually let's just generate 1 checkpoint interval's worth, not 2. So let's just generate 1 checkpoint's worth of bubbles. So we just have these 4 bubbles and that's it. That's game. Done. Right? As of right now, because we're not generating any new ones on demand. But what we want to do is when I hit that button there, I want to generate the next bubble on demand right there. The position, the color, everything. Oh, you know what? Actually, going one at a time isn't a good idea. I don't like the idea of going one at a time because, I mean, it would work, but having it generate like the next checkpoint's worth of bubbles just kind of makes it so that the server will generate the bubble. So for this won't make a difference for the practice mode, but the online mode, the server would generate the bubble, and then you wouldn't see it for a while. So like it would take a while before the client got it, I guess. So that's why I didn't want to generate 1 bubble at a time. Like I didn't want you to pop this bubble, then this bubble gets generated, because then the server would generate that bubble and send it to the client. And while that would be fine, it'd be better if the server was like generating bubbles that were the player was not really close to popping yet. At least that's what I'm thinking for right now. I'm going for 6 hours, 21 minutes. See if we can finish this up. Be nice if we can finish what we started yesterday morning. 2 full days to do this, whatever it is that I'm doing. Action Dev, making progress though. Yes, we are. We are indeed. It'll feel good to have this done. And doing all this resizing stuff like this has been annoying, and it's made me realize there's other things I need to fix, but which is a good thing. So I'm a little mad about those other things I need to fix. It's just more work upon more work as you're shoveling out the work, doing the work shoveling, you're just like more dirt just keeps falling back into the hole as you're digging it. It's that kind of thing. But it's good. And it would feel really good to get all of that stuff cleaned up the way I really want to do it. So, but we're going to try to just get a public release going first before we really dig into that. Do you work on the game off stream at all? Actin Dev, I know the feeling all too well. You'll get there. Oh, thanks, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, Retro, do you work on the game off stream at all? A little bit. I haven't been lately, really. I worked a little bit on it last night, but not on the computer at all, like just thinking, and I was writing some stuff down. I figured out one thing for today, for this morning, last night on paper. Yeah, and I might be doing some off stream because I don't usually like just streaming anything anytime I'm working on it. Like if I really have to like think hard about something, like a more bigger high level, well, like a more like significant architectural thing, I don't like to do on stream because it's like, and I haven't really had to do anything too much like that since I've started streaming back in August. Because I don't really want to just sit here on stream and like basically what I'd be doing is sitting here with like a piece of paper and like my knee up like this and just writing and thinking like this and you know. I don't want to just have a stream where literally I can't even like, I don't even want to like use the brain power to talk, to like make my mouth move. Like, so I don't really want to stream that just because it would be boring. Like I'd rather stream like me actually typing some code and some stuff popping up on screen, you know. So some of that stuff I'm talking about in the future, I might be dealing with that off stream, but okay. So yeah, I think I do want to go back to my initial idea where I was saying, let's just generate the first 2 checkpoints worth of bubbles. And then once you hit a new checkpoint, then we generate the next checkpoint. Right? Right? Or do we want to always generate? Because so right off the bat, we could generate 2 checkpoints. So maybe I'm going to go back to doing that. So we're going to go to checkpoint interval times 2. So we are going to generate, I want my little nice notepad diagram here. So we're going to generate this many bubbles right off the bat. Then as you play, once you make it to the next checkpoint, then we'll generate checkpoint 2. So once you make it to checkpoint 1, then we'll generate checkpoint 2. So you pop bubble 3, basically. Basically, you pop bubble 3. That will generate this checkpoint. And that way it like gives you time. It gives the server like time to like, okay, generate some bubbles and then spit them back to the server. And if you have, with 2 people playing, 2 people are playing one-on-one, they're popping the same exact bubbles. Like they're popping their own copies of the same exact bubbles, but the positions and colors and everything, sizes, colors, positions of the bubbles are exact same for both players. So whoever's faster is going to trigger that generation of the bubbles first. And then like the next player gets to that, those bubbles will already be generated, and then the server will just take those and send the data to the player. All right, well, we're going to try it. Well, let's just try the no, we're going to go in and do it the proper way first. I'm not even going to try the easy way. Retro MMO, what was the reason for just not generating all the bubbles at the start? Because now the game is going to be like, how many bubbles can you pop in X amount of time? Right? So I didn't want to do... I wanted that... So in that case, like somebody who's a lot faster will pop a lot more bubbles, right? So I'd rather that instead of just like saying, okay, I just have to like blanket statement say like in 30 seconds, like no human should be able to pop like 200 bubbles. So I'm just going to generate 200 bubbles and, you know, for every game. Because I don't want really the... I don't really want the server doing like more work than it needs to, you know? Like if players, I don't know. Yeah, if that makes sense. Cuz now it's how, instead of popping 20 bubbles and that's the game, it's how many bubbles can you pop in 30 seconds? And like the one-on-one aspect of it is just like both players have 30 seconds. Whoever popped more bubbles wins. I see. No need to generate 10K bubbles up front when a tiny fraction will be needed. Exactly. But I do think you need a cap still. Yeah. Well, I mean, the cap is time. But I see what you're saying, maybe from like a security standpoint of just saying like, because we don't want to be like generating a bajillion bubbles. Someone will try to write a bot to generate 1 million bubbles in seconds. Right. Exactly. Exactly. Yeah, so there would still need to be some sort of reasonable cap. Yeah. Yeah, so the question I'm just trying to answer now is like, well, I think I already have what I want to do, but it was just like, at what point do I want to generate bubbles when, you know? And I think the answer is just going to be whenever you hit a checkpoint, generate the next checkpoint's bubbles. And we'll roll with that. I think the checkpoint base is good. Yeah, I think that makes the most sense. Because I was going to do like one at a time. Like when I need to draw a bubble on screen, like generate it. And that'll work on the client side, but I don't really want that latency on the server side. Because like as I pop bubble 0, bubble 4 needs to appear. So it's going to be like a couple seconds before the player even gets to pop bubble 4. You know, like if I'm even playing my fastest, I pop like 2.3 bubbles a second. So like the server will have generated this bubble and sent it back, but I don't want to like risk that even. Like, you know, if the server was taking 2 seconds to respond, there'd be some sort of problem. There'd be some significant problem. So I want, or maybe something like generate 100 to start. For every 50 they pop, generate 50 more. Yeah. Yeah. It could be something like that too. Where I just make like a more... Well, and we're not even necessarily answering that question right now because I'm just doing the client side. We're not even necessarily answering the server side question. It very well may be that the server, we do it even differently on the server. Yeah, so I'm going to try just this checkpoint, every other checkpoint thing. So when you hit a checkpoint, generate the next checkpoint's bubbles. So, okay, so our initial creation function is working great. Our initial setup, I mean, is working great. So now we just need to generate these bubbles on the fly then. Or now call this from the marathon object itself. So let's go to marathon. So when the player pops the right bubble. So this is if the player popped the correct bubble here. And then there should be a check in here if the player hit a checkpoint. Okay, so that's this here. So we destruct bubbles in previous checkpoint. Okay. And then we want to just generate a whole checkpoint's worth of new bubbles. Set new checkpoint ID. Okay. And target bubble ID is incrementing. Okay. Okay, so this is destroying all the old bubbles. So it's somewhere in here then. Retro, how do you know how many to generate per checkpoint? Because there's basically, I just have a variable that I have set to 4 right now. So there's 4 bubbles per checkpoint. And really it's kind of like the higher that checkpoint number, the more punishing it is. So 4 just seemed like a nice sweet spot for right now. I initially started with 5. Oh, I thought the checkpoints were time-based. No, yeah, the checkpoints are just once you pop a certain amount of bubbles, then you go to the next checkpoint. Yeah, so the question of just generating the next checkpoint set of bubbles is pretty easy. I redact my 150 suggestion then. I mean, maybe I will have something like that. It kind of depends. But I think you will want to generate up to the next 2 checkpoints. Right, right. Because latency. Yeah, yeah. And like, yeah, and like a fast player might make it through a checkpoint in with a 4 might make it through 4 bubbles in, 2.5 seconds. So, yeah, we very well may want to add an additional checkpoint on that. Yeah, so let's say, okay. All right, so we are in, when they pop the 4th bubble, they don't want to have to wait a fraction of a second for the 5th is all I mean. Right. Yeah, that definitely won't, it won't be like that. So when you pop, so when you actually, right off the bat, I generate the first 2 checkpoints. When you pop 0, bubble 4 appears. When you pop 1, bubble 5 appears. When you pop 2, bubble 6 appears. When you pop 3, you go to the next checkpoint. So you pop 3, bubble 7 appears, and now you see the 4 bubbles from this checkpoint. And like at that point in time, then I would get these bubbles. Then I would generate 8, 9, 10, 11. But you will see 8 once you pop 4, but you don't need to pop 8 obviously until you pop 4, 5, 6, 7. So there's like 10 minutes ago, you were already doing what I'm. Yeah, I guess. That's all good though. It's all good. No worries there. It always helps for me to explain things again too, for my own hearing. So yeah, so did Marathon Creator automatically import? Oh wow, look at that. VS Code. Yeah, what is the name? Okay, so we got create bubble, right? But we need to loop and create a certain amount of bubbles. For let I equal 0. Right, because we're create bubble just creates one bubble. Okay, so we need to pass two things. This dot bubbles, and then I is the index. I is the index of the bubble we're creating. Whoops. I is the index of the bubble we're creating. Or sorry, the ID we're passing to create bubble is the index of that bubble that we're creating when we do this. And it will do all the fancy math. Or this method will do all the fancy math to make sure that all the bubbles line up or don't overlap and whatever. But all I need to supply is that ID. So the ID is simply going to be, so this is where I need to make sure I don't screw everything up. So target bubble ID. That, at this point, we've incremented it by 1. Okay, so let's just step through this to make sure I understand what's going on. So we got 0, 1, 2, 3, and we're going to run the scenario that we just popped 3, right? So at this point in time, target bubble ID is 3, and now it has gone plus equaled 1 to 4. So we simply need to start with we need to start with ooh, I already do that. First bubble of next, first bubble ID of next checkpoint. Oof, wow. How did I even do all that? Okay. Okay. So we got to pull our little visual aid up here. All right. So we've got bubbles 0, 1, 2, 3. We pop 3, right? So that's what we're handling in this case. Target bubble ID is 3 coming in to start, right? Because our target bubble was 3. And we just popped 3. Brilliant. So it's going to be going to 4. So for whatever reason, at this point in the code, I decided to increment it here. So now it's set to 4. So we want to generate the bubble ID of the next checkpoint. So all I would need to do, in this case, we know we're at a new checkpoint. So our first const next bubble, first bubble to generate, I don't know, first bubble to create equals this dot target bubble ID plus our checkpoint interval config dot merit boop, that is that it? Nope, don't know what I'm doing. Checkpoint interval, there we go. Okay, so we want to take our ID is now 4, and we want to add 4 to it, add the checkpoint interval to get 8, because we need to generate bubbles 8 through 11 now. Right? Yes, maybe. Do I know what I'm talking about? Probably not. So the first bubble to create is where we're going to start. So we can say let I equal first bubble to create. And then I don't know, last bubble to create. Let's get rid of bubble. Just call this first to create, last to create. And then we'll say last to create would then equal first to create plus the checkpoint marathon, checkpoint interval, checkpoint marathon. What am I talking about here? Marathon.checkpoint interval. There we go. Okay. So that gets us last to create. So then we would, it's not last to create. I hate naming these things. These are like the worst things to name here. Okay. So, not what I wanted. So we're because we're trying, we popped bubble 3, right? We're going to bubble 4. And then we want to generate bubbles 8, 9, 10, 11. Oh, so I could do last to create that minus 1 and just do a minus 1 on the end. So we can say last to create checkpoint interval minus 1. All right, we'll do that. And then I need to make sure I do a little inclusive thing here. So I is less than or equal to last to create. And then I plus equals 1. This dot bubbles, and then we do, okay, so create bubble, this dot bubbles, and we just pass in I. All right, so we're going to see if this works. We're going to see if this works. So I should be able to play, in theory, I should be able to play the game for as long as I want. I pop as many bubbles as I want within 30 seconds, right? I got 30 seconds still turned on here. There we go, 30 seconds, 30,000 milliseconds. Let's see if it works. So we refresh. This is the big reveal. The whole last 2 days have been boiling down to this very moment. It's probably going to not work at all. It'd be terrible and I have to rethink my life. But if it works, that'd be something, wouldn't it? Okay, so I'm already seeing more bubbles. No, I'm not. Okay, so something. Oh, it works. It works, but I forgot the really really important thing. We need to generate navigation bubbles in tandem. We need to also simultaneously be generating our navigation bubbles as well. Just call this hard mode. There you go. You don't know what bubbles you're supposed to pop. Just try them all. I think it was working, though. I wasn't seeing any errors. So that means it worked, right? It's working. Okay. So we need to generate bubbles to match these. That's fun. Well, what about this? I think okay. What if, okay, so we're not quite done yet. We got a few more things we got to do. Man, I was really hoping that was going to be it. And my wife and I are going grocery shopping tonight. So I was getting kind of excited because I was like, all right, well, if I get this working, I'm going to feel good. We're going to go grocery shopping. I'll get some fancy snacks to celebrate. And I'll come back and I'll eat them. I'll consume those fancy snacks while I watch Retro MMO stream. How about that? I don't know what fancy snacks they would be yet, but Bet Kitty, it's okay. I'll wait. Oh. Well, thanks. Bet Kitty is my wife. So that's what she's talking about there. Okay. All right, this is okay, this isn't that big a deal cuz all we do to generate a nav bubble, a nav meter bubble, is we do this little loop. We just do a loop for every bubble. And then we push a new nav bubble onto our array of bubbles. Nav bubble, whatever. So I think this part could maybe stay as it is. But maybe we need to add like another method. We need to add like a method to the nav meter class and just say like create add nav bubble or something. Oops. We just say add nav bubble and then just pass like a color. Maybe that's all we need to do. Oh, whoa. For on-demand bubble generation. So this would get called, or I can say called during on-demand bubble generation. So then, yeah, I think that's all we need to do. So then I can import nav bubble. Will it work if I do const n equals new nav bubble auto import? Wow, VS Code. I feel like VS Code didn't do this like a month ago. Didn't automatically import things this nicely. Am I wrong? I don't know. All right, so yeah, so we got our new nav bubble. And I guess all we need to do, I'm going to check the properties of it in the creator here. So we're setting it up with a color and a size and a position. And then let's just look at, okay, we set the unpopped ones, the popped ones. Oh no, actually we're not doing that. We're just doing the props. Okay. Finally set first unpop. Okay, nav bubble props in the last one. Okay. All right, so what we need to do then, all we care about, nav bubbles, eye size, position, and initialization. Oh yeah, we need initialization. So we need a new, maybe we don't even need to declare it. We could just do nav, this.nav bubbles, this.nav bubbles dot push. Maybe we can get away with this new nav bubble. And then we're gonna have a size, a position. Oh no, we can't do that. We need to initialize it. Well, yeah. All right, I just don't know what's going on anymore. And then we can push this, or we need to do, I'll do a more proper variable name there, nav bubble, and then we'll do nav bubble dot init, and then this dot nav bubbles dot push nav bubble. Okay. Think that's all we would need to do. I mean, I need to set my parameters or my properties of this nav bubble. Okay, we just need a size and a position and a color, right? Color, size, pose. Yes. So we do what does color.copy do again? Does it just return, where's my color class here? Color.copy returns an object that's just an RGBA. An anonymous object that's an RGBA thing. Okay. So we do, okay, so this color copy, I'll call it color copy, so that way I like already know that it's ready to go. So we can do navbubble.color equals new color, and then I can do or an object and do color copy, and then, but we need to do, it will have an alpha of 0. Whoa, 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 whoa. Retro MMO, already need to head home. Have a nice night, Tyrannosaur and Beck Kitty. Well, thanks, Retro. I appreciate it. Yeah, have a good one, man. Yeah, I'll try to hop on and check out the stream tonight. Anyone watching, you got to check out Retro MMO's stream. He streams at nights, like 8 p.m. Eastern, I think. Every night you stream, right? Every night. Awesome. That's determination. Well, yeah. Have a good one. We'll see you. Okay. So if I do this, now this is kind of dumb. I don't really need to do this. Let's do const prop equals nav bubble props. This dot nav bubble props. This dot nav bubble props dot length -1. So we're getting the our last nav bubble prop here. And then I think I want to do prop.a. And I believe if I do the destructuring here, this will pull an A value, an alpha value in. But then I think I override it by doing this. Let's just pull up a little Quokka.js here to test that. Make sure. Let's do const A equals an object. And we're going to have a name, Jared, and an age. And then we're going to do const B equals A, but then age, blah, 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 or 12. And then B equals name Jared, age 12. Gotcha. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Okay. Yeah, then we're good to go here for our color. So that's our color. We need to also do a size and a position. Color, size, which is going to just be, oh boy. Oh boy. Okay, size is going to equal an x and a y thing, right? Something that's an x and a y. And the x, the y comes through the prop. So we have our prop.y. That's all we need to do. That's fine and dandy. But the x, we actually need to calculate. But I believe, if I'm not mistaken, we have our x position in... Can't think of where this would be because I'm an idiot. I really have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, what am I looking for here? I'm looking for the nav meter. That's the object I'm looking for. Nav meter, and then we need x. What do we have for x? X units. We do have it. Beautiful. Okay. Bubble pose x units. That's exactly what we want. So we're going to take config dot marathon dot nav meter dot bubble pose x units. It was reading my mind there. So we want that. That's our x position of our bubble in units. Oh, you know what? Why am I wasting my time calculating this? I'm going to do it the hack fast way. This dot nav bubble prop nav bubbles 0 dot size dot pose dot x. I just did something really dumb. So we're just going to take the x position of the first nav bubble, which this is never going to get called when that's not already something. Rather than recalculating that, we already have it. We just grab an adjacent bubbles value there. Okay, I saw something dumb. Yeah, this is pose, not size. And then we have size, which is an object that has a radius, right? So that radius is in our props as well. So in this prop that we just pull out here. So we got prop.r. Yes. Okay, so now we just need to actually call this function and pass in the color of that bubble. So, we need to do in our marathon creator. I'm going to move that over here just so I can see this side by side. Oh, no. Sorry, not marathon creator. Marathon. Jared, get it together. What are you doing here? Okay. Where were we? Oh, I'm looking at the wrong file. Nav meter, add nav bubble, right? So whenever we call this marathon create bubble, you know what? I actually don't want to do this by reference. Because what I'm doing is when you create bubble, the array you pass it of bubbles, it pushes it onto that array. But I think I might actually have this return the bubble. Just because I kind of thought that's the way I should do it anyway. So let's just set that up real quick. So marathon creator, down at this create bubble function, instead of here, bubbles.push, I'm just going to do return I'm just going to do return new bubble. Yeah. And then way up at the top here, where we're no longer doing that, instead of create bubble, I'm going to do bubbles. Oh, if I'm on the right row of keys there, bubbles.push marathon creator.create bubble. So that's good. And then here we can do const bubble equals, and then we're going to need to create an adjacent nav bubble, right? Because basically for every bubble we see here, we need to reflect it over here, right? So that's what we're doing. Now that we have this on-demand generation of bubbles here, we need to actually be also create on-demand creating bubbles here, right? Right? I don't know. So we want to do this dot nav meter dot, and then, oh, it doesn't know it's a nav meter. This dot nav meter dot add nav bubble. And then we're going to pass in the b dot color dot, oh, does it know? Ooh. B dot, so it actually is pulling this out, right? Oh yeah, cool. VS Code, getting smarter every day. So now we're copying the color of the bubble we just generated, and there we go. And we can also, actually we need to do this now. This dot bubbles dot push that bubble there. Okay, very important to do that. All right, I think I did everything correct. So now let's test it out. So now we should theoretically be able to pop as many bubbles as we want, no limit, in 30 seconds. So let's try it. Oh, okay. Something weird, something looked off there, but I think it's fine. I think I just kind of, we're just going. We just keep popping bubbles. They just keep coming. This is great. And they keep showing up on the sidebar, and I keep playing, and 62 bubbles. Acting Dev, you can go faster. I can. Actually, that was pretty fast. Just over 2 pops a second. I can do faster, though. I think I've seen 2.3 on my stats before. But it works now. So 62 bubbles in 30.009 seconds. Got to do a little rounding fix in there, but it's rounding to the nearest thousandth there, but obviously that's not a statistic anymore. The total time's not really a stat anymore, because it used to be, oh, you know, you popped, you know, the 100 bubbles that you popped in, you know, whatever seconds. Anyway, I'm going to try it again. I'm going to try to go faster this time. I made 2 mistakes. So the mistakes actually really hurt your, well, okay, I guess at this rate, the average time probably doesn't get hurt too much by 2 mistakes, but let's try it. I started out really slow at first. Oh! I don't know how. 67, 2.233, 1 mistake. Heart pounding. I can't wait for people to kind of play this and get good at it. Like just a few other people to kind of play and really like try to dial in on it. Because like right now, like My wife's played it, my brother's played it, and they like it. But I'd like them to actually like spend some more time and have, I want to get this out publicly so people could really play with it and just see like, I don't know, I'd be interested to see how fast people can get with this. All right, I'm going to do one more here. All right, let's start over again. Another thing I think I might add is like a little timer bar here. Like, because it's hard to quite get that rhythm of 3, 2, 1 because there's no sound, It's just like you have to look 3, 2, 1. It'd be nice if there was like a little time, just a little bar, like kind of what we have here, but just to help give you a little more point of reference as to when it's going to start. Seeing those clicking games like OSU, OSU, it's incredible what some people can do. I know. Like you see the people like streaming OSU and it's like Osu, I don't know how to say it. It's like maddening what they're doing. I don't even get it. Like I can probably get about the same speed as you, but holy cow, people who master OSU are insane. I know. It's like you're watching them play and I'm like they're not even like what I'm seeing their hands do. It just doesn't even seem like it matches. And that's kind of the interesting thing about that's kind of why I want to see, if some people were to play this and somewhat take it seriously, like I'd be interested to see like what would happen. And like even myself, I'd like to kind of practice just to see how I can push my own limits playing because obviously I've played a bunch developing it, but I haven't even like really sat down since I've added like some new features to it, like the keyboard, the key press even. That's kind of a relatively new thing. I did that, a couple months ago, I guess. But even since I've done that, I haven't just like sat down and played the game for a while to like see. So, but yeah, it'd be interesting. I think it's helpful if you play games that require mouse precision. It's almost like training of sorts. Yeah, for sure. And that's one of the reasons why I kind of wanted to do this at first was because I kind of liked skill games. I mean, I like arena first person shooters, I mean, if you like to play FPSs or RTSs games like this to help. Exactly. You were saying it as your comment popped up there, Ekton, as I was like saying it literally. I really like Quake. I really like the new Quake Champions and Diabolical, if you're familiar with those at all. And those are like, I mean, I consider myself a low average player in those, but my delay earlier was horrible. I had low latency turned off due to some internet issues the other day. Oh, gotcha. It's nice actually chatting without 30 seconds of lag. Nice. Yeah, so yeah, slowly this game turned more into Asu than I wanted it to. But the thing that is actually harder, and Ekton, as you're like watching this, watching it is different than actually playing it. But like keeping track of what bubbles you need to pop is pretty hard to do. Like where my eyes are looking, like my eyes end up looking like here, kind of like in between, like as I'm playing, like I'm kind of actually using like my peripheral vision to kind of do everything, which it's its own thing for sure. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate that. Like my point of focus with my eyes, like I'm really playing with my peripheral vision. Like it's kind of hard to, explain it, but because I like never want to look all the way over here, but I also like never want to look all the way here, because I feel like that would take my focus off of. So I'm kind of debating about what I want to do for UI, maybe to even like make it more clear, because like that's very different from Osu. I'll just say Osu, where you're just popping the next circle or you're just clicking the next circle that appears, right? Like, so as it appears in time, obviously, and it's to the beat of the music or whatever, and there's that whole aspect of it. But it's like you're just doing this, like you're just going in order of like as they appear on screen, right? So it's more of just like I'm just following this thing that goes around and everything. Whereas this just makes it a little, this is more like confusing, I guess. But I don't know. I need some other people to play this though to help give me like some more, because I've played it so much now that I've like lost my own objective feeling about how it plays. I wouldn't call it confusing. It requires splitting focus a little. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Confusing wasn't quite the word to do, but I'm thinking about other things of like maybe making even this circle like bigger, or like maybe, I don't know. I might play around with some new things, some new ideas too. I mean, the way I have it now, I think it's good enough for a public release, but maybe highlight it with a bright border. Yeah, I kind of thought about that too. Suki Malul. What is this game about? Well, welcome to the chat, Suki Malul. Thanks for hanging out. This game's a little skill game where you basically pop these bubbles, these little circles. I call them bubbles, but you pop them in the order that they appear here. So like as you play and pop, more of them are appearing, and then you kind of just keep popping these bubbles here. And then you got a time limit. So I have the time limit set to 30 seconds right now. So I'll start it over again here and kind of show you what it looks like when you're kind of playing. When you're kind of playing fast, somewhat fast. And some of the colors are too similar right now, so that's a little issue I got to fix. Whoa. Some of that one was way too bright. That was not, it's not supposed to be like that. I just got lazy with the colors for now. But yeah, it's just a little skill-based kind of game where you pop those bubbles and see how fast you can do it. And I popped 53 in 30 seconds. So I had 1.76 pops per second. It's not bad. I think I got up to 2. What did I get up to before? 2 point something. Tells you how many mistakes you made. I only made 1 mistake. That's not bad. So, yeah. So I think I'm wrapping the stream up right now. Suki Malul, I know you just joined and everything. I appreciate that, but sorry to say I'm wrapping stuff up. Yeah, we just finished our on-demand bubble generation now. So I truly have a game that generates bubbles as you play. So like we could go in and tweak our time interval to, I could do this like, I could set this to like 10 minutes and just. Actin Dev, do you play the guitars or keyboard on stream at all? I haven't. I might. I do a lot of music writing myself. I got kind of a nice little setup here, some nice gear and everything and equipment that obviously you don't see, but I mean, you see the guitars and stuff, but Actin Dev, I'm trying to get into composition. Oh, nice. That's cool. You play instruments at all? So I might be doing some guitar stuff on stream. I need to figure out how I want to do the audio, pump that back into stream, because I have an audio interface, and when you use when you're using like a nice DAW software, it doesn't use your Windows audio or anything. Like it doesn't go through the computer anymore. It uses a low latency driver and everything. So it doesn't, like, I don't think there's any way OBS can get that pumped back in unless I do some shenanigans to get it working. Played piano since I was a kid, but I'm reliant on sheet music to play. I can't really improvise. Gotcha. Well, sheet music's, I mean, that's good. You know, I would say most people I encounter who are like, oh yeah, I want to get into music, like they didn't do piano as a kid or they didn't do any instruments as a kid. I feel like that's super hard. People who play piano as a kid, your brain just has like all this extra stuff. That's awesome that you got started as a kid. So I would like to have music for this game. So something kind of upbeat. So I might be doing streaming me making some music for the game at some point. Obviously that's kind of, I mean, it's in my head as like an important thing, but not for right now. Sound and music I really want to have. I really want to have some satisfying sounds. Because I feel like people play games just because the sounds are awesome. I mean, and that's literally, that's true. I mean, I'll say that about guitars. Like, if I go into a guitar store, if a guitar doesn't look good to me, regardless of how awesome the guitar is from quality, build-wise, feeling, playability, action, everything, the guitar could have everything great about it, but look terrible, aside from looks. And I'll never pick it up, right? Like, I'm just not even going to touch a guitar unless it looks cool and inspiring to me to, like, pick up and play. Same thing goes about with sounds, right? Like, if you're playing a first-person shooter and you shoot a gun and the sound is just trash, like, awful, you wouldn't even use it. Like, it could be the best gun in the game, but you probably wouldn't use it if it just sounded like garbage or didn't have sound at all. Like, you want the gun to sound satisfying. And you want, when you get a hit on that player from really far away, you want that sound when you hit the player to be awesome. Like that little, the little hit indicator splat, whatever. Like, if those are awesome, people just play the game because you just want to go get a kill because it feels awesome. It sounds awesome, right? So that's kind of what I want, just that. I want to play into that kind of psychology with this game and like just really have some awesome, satisfying sounds that alone just like kind of makes you just like want to pop the bubbles, right? And my wife actually said that I used to not have the spacebar press to pop bubbles. It used to be click and drag and then you just touch the bubble and then you pop it, right? And now I have it so you could alternately click as well. But when I added the space bar, my wife was like, the space bar makes it so much more satisfying to pop the bubbles, you know? So I was like, oh, that's awesome. And yeah, it just feels really good, you know, to kind of have that. And I, you know, with a nice mechanical keyboard, you get that chunky sound, right? I've got the Cherry MX Blue switches in there that are just obnoxiously loud. So that just makes the game more satisfying, actually popping the bubbles with a tactile key press, you know. But yeah, having some actual game audio too, that's satisfying and everything, I think will be important. But anyway, I think I'm going to be shutting stuff down for now. That makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I feel like, you know, I don't know. I like sound, and I did audio, sound design and music composition a little bit, kind of semi-professionally for a little bit. So I feel like I value that maybe more than the average Joe too. But anyway, I think I'm signing off for now. Ekton, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for chatting. Thanks for the sub. I really appreciate that. That's awesome. Do you stream your game? If you're still stream working on your game at all? So I'll have to give you a follow or whatever. And yeah, not lately though. Been nursing an old dog and it's been draining. Oh, sorry about that. It's got to be hard. But yeah, if you do, let me know though. If you do get back into streaming and that sort of thing. So it's a pleasure hanging out, man. Catch you around. Yeah, you too. Just gonna shout out. I do streams Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time. So that's like Chicago time zone. 10 a.m. I usually get started. So it's Tuesday today. So from time to time, I like to do a nightly or weekend stream. So I might do one on Saturday. Probably not this Saturday, but I have some free time on Thursday. So I might be around Thursday night. We'll see. That would be Thursday night, Central Daylight Time currently. But for now, signing off. Catch everybody later. Thanks for hanging out. And we'll see you in the next one.